guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The US Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heatwave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins, behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundarchuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes. Then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defence. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defence.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the US Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. Pakistan is braced for several more days of an intense heat wave, which has already hospitalized thousands of people. And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court as his hearing formally begins. That's the latest feature story news. Sally Patterson reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying
suppose it's time to cue the microphone because it's showtime. And away we go. Hi there. Welcome back as we kick off another new day. Yeah, hump day in the books, Thursday. Coming on. We'll work our way into the 27th day of June. From time zone to time zone. Make our way toward that final weekend for the month of June. And then we'll kick off Independence Day week. Of course, with Independence Day coming up on a Thursday this year. As we had mentioned, a lot of folks will be celebrating this weekend, some right there in the middle of the week. And the following weekend as well. It'll be spread out. It's a lengthy holiday travel week this year, which, by the way, according to the officials, AAA said the Independence Day travel week actually kicks off today, here on a Thursday. And it will run technically all the way till July the 8th. All right, get ready for big-time travels. Forecast of some 32 million people that will be flying between now and July the 8th. That's a lot of air travelers. My. And of course, the millions and millions that'll be hitting the roads in the coming days. First things first, it is another active night weather-wise. I'm not sure what time Horsefeathers starts his drive tonight, but folks in the Northeast going to be playing in the rain for much of the night. And some of that's pretty heavy rain right now. Areas from right about Washington, D.C., all the way out to Long Island, it's some heavy rain in the mix there. And a trail of showers with some embedded thunderstorms. Northern Virginia, central and eastern West Virginia. You get on down into eastern Kentucky, southern Kentucky, then you're in the rain from Nashville to Knoxville, Tennessee. Then right on down into the north central portions of Alabama. That is our frontal system, a cool front sweeping through. You've also got some heavy rains pushing through the Boston area, rain in New England, all the way up into Ottawa and Montreal there, north of the border. Behind that, there's a little bit of a break in the action, just when you think things may be settling down, and an opportunity for the rivers to begin to recede with the ongoing flooding there in the central portions of the country. Yeah, not too far back to the west, there's our next system, which indeed will be bringing more torrential rains to those areas that do not need it. We'll start there with our travelers' weather. At least 2 dead after severe storms and major flooding has been impacting the Midwest for days now. They've been watching this dam in southern Minnesota that was built in the early 1900s at risk of failing. Yeah, Rapidan Dam. Is it Rapidan or Rapidan Dam near Mankato was, in their words, in imminent failure condition, according to Blue Earth County government in a post earlier this week. We do not know if it will totally fail or if it will remain in place. However, we have determined it's necessary to issue the notification to advise downstream residents and the regulatory agencies and other local agencies, was the word from the county. This particular dam has been in a state of disrepair, according to a 2021 study. It was still standing this past day. During a news conference, the governor cautioned, we're not out of the woods yet. Some communities have not reached peak water levels. The water flow rate Monday into Tuesday did slightly decrease, according to the release from the Blue Earth County Emergency Management. The flooding in Blue Earth County is threatening the home of one resident, Jenny Barnes, and their nearby business, which is known as the Dam Store, no less. It'll happen. We don't know when, but it's going to be inevitable that the house is going to go, she says. The Dam Store, known for its homemade pies, has been in business since 1910, owned by the Barnes family since 1972. All right, during the press conference Tuesday afternoon, Minnesota Department of Agriculture Commissioner highlighted the concerns for farmers. While crops don't look damaged from a road perspective, the aerials show the widespread difficulties our farmers are facing. Walsh said the town of Waterville in LeSueur County also saw a certainly dramatic impact from flooding, with dozens of homes flooded, in some cases up to the second floor. National Guard had been deployed to Waterville, bringing pump stations to ensure they're operating around the clock, trying to protect critical infrastructure and homes, according to the Minnesota National Guard spokesperson. Severe flooding has been wreaking havoc across the Midwest for days now. 2 fatalities, as I mentioned. A man in his mid-70s perished in Clay County, Iowa, trying to drive across the floodwaters over the past weekend. The same day, an 87-year-old died in a flood-related crash in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. In Iowa, days of catastrophic flooding and severe storms has indeed prompted President Biden to approve a disaster declaration for some areas. A levee failure Tuesday morning on the Little Sioux River prompted the evacuation of several Iowa communities. The city of Rodney in northern Monona County had been evacuated. Roads closed off to the public, according to the sheriff's office there. Authorities reported the levee failure just south of the city of Smithland. That occurred at about 5 a.m. Tuesday morning. About 30 miles to the north, significant flooding left the city of Correctionville closed to non-residents. Further north in Sioux City, the Big Sioux River cresting at 45 feet, which is 7.3 feet above the historic levels. They've never seen flooding like this. Water rescue efforts continued in South Dakota, according to Governor Kristi Noem. Officials don't expect the water levels to rise any further at this point, according to Noem, but she urges residents stay away from the areas as these water levels do begin to slowly recede. It's not going to be safe for several days. If there's water, do not drive through it. If there is a barricade, do not drive around it. The Blue Earth River has cut around the west side of the dam, according to emergency management there. Dams can break for a number of reasons, including overtopping due to flooding or structural failure. The report back in 21 from Blue Earth County noted that regular flooding over the years, along with the toll of time, have caused significant damage to that dam. They identified 2 solutions: repair or remove the dam. Both options, of course, would be very costly, they said at the time. So as I said, just as we look at the national radar scene, and they're not seeing any precipitation, more storms packing heavy rain and damaging winds will continue to prowl across portions of the central states well into July. As the floodwaters recede in some areas, new rain will push river levels even higher in others as this slow-moving disaster continues, according to AccuWeather. As we know, portions of the northern and central plains to the Midwest will remain in an active pattern, favoring showers, thunderstorms, and large clusters of severe thunderstorms, packing high winds and torrential rainfall right on into the first week or maybe 2 of July. Storms will continue to move east to southeast along the northern edge of that heat dome in the southern USA, while some breaks from the storms and rain may last a day or 2 in some areas. It will rain often enough to keep the ground saturated in most areas, as has been the case for weeks now. Where the rain persists or repeats, small streams and rivers are going to surge or remain high. Now, we just covered the flooding we've seen over the past week. River flooding, oftentimes referred to as a slow-moving natural disaster. On the secondary rivers, it may take days for flooding to cycle through, while on the largest rivers, like the Mississippi, it may take weeks for the flooding to peak and then recede. Forecasters are concerned that as this surge of water advances downstream over the Central Plains, the upper Midwest, and the mid-Mississippi Valley, additional rounds of rain accompanying that surge on into next week could push official National Weather Service official projections even higher in some locations. One such round of drenching rain occurs Friday night or Thursday night into Friday night over portions of the Central Plains to the mid-Mississippi Valley. Another round may affect much of the same area coming up early next week. Meanwhile, more rounds of downpours will coincide further to the north near the Canadian border. Each round of rain brings the risk of more flooding. Now, along with the ongoing flooding concerns, rounds of severe thunderstorms backing high winds, hail, and a few tornadoes will also continue over the central states on the northern rim of that southern heat. Severe storms targeting areas from the southern plains to the Tennessee and Ohio valleys. The atmosphere is kind of reloading by Thursday afternoon and Thursday night. Severe thunderstorms will extend once again from New Mexico and northern Texas all the way up into Montana and North Dakota. The area from northeast Colorado to southeast Montana and western portions of North Dakota can expect numerous severe thunderstorms, packing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, large hail, and perhaps a few tornadoes. Friday looks like that threat pushes further to the east, returning to a large part of the Midwest. Widespread severe weather is forecast from northern Missouri to Iowa to northwest Illinois. Now, AccuWeather says wind gusts from the storms will be 90 miles per hour Thursday and 80 miles per hour Friday. At this intensity, significant property damage, downed trees, and power lines are indeed likely. Looking to the start of the weekend, Saturday, the severe weather threat zone will extend in a roughly west to east fashion from Kansas to Ohio, with high winds and hail being the major threats there. It's just been an active pattern as we've officially made that transition from spring to summertime. Summertime is here. So there you go. Round the country, it is 844-844-3388. Let's see who we've got on board as we kick things off. Jacob, hello to the overnight drive, 78 degrees tonight in Kingsport, Tennessee. Hello to Brian Ludwig. Good morning to all. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. It's a rainy night on Interstate 81 in Virginia. I'm looking at 73 degrees here in Ironton, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Marianne, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great day. Good to have Pappy in the house. Yes, indeed. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour on Debate Eve. Wait, it's Friday Eve as well, isn't it? Double header, 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Some much-needed rainfall this past day. Fire alarm puller guy, the Stop the Vote and AOC's dude losing in his primary in New York. Indeed, yes. Even the Democrats didn't fall for all this. The Republicans are all racist. Vomit spewing from that guy's mouth. Yep, 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to dial up and be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Call in. Win your chance at the big cookie this morning. Time to snuggle up with whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of joe and turn up the volume. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? All right, many others checking in. We'll get to it here. Coming up as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Shorty, rolling down the highway I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. 78 degrees at this hour. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. Hello from the Michigan Madman, who's been staying up in Mackinac for the last 3 days and tomorrow. Says, I've got a helicopter ride over the Mackinac Bridge in Island. Then we head back home. Everybody have a blessed night. All right, enjoy that. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 68 degrees, Platkill, New York, as we head to Schenectady tonight. On over to north central Kansas, Norman checks in. The Big Tipper is loaded, headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. All right, Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. It's my last day of work for a week and a half vacation, but I'll still be tuning in. All right, enjoy some time off. Independence Day week. A lot of people be taking a week off next week there. There's Philly Dan on board. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. We've got some heavy rain and winds. It's a storming outside this early morning. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Sunday to me, as our friend Captain Rod would say, as it's the day before the greatest day of the week. 74 at the West Memphis International Airport. Hair care, auto repair, CB Repair Shop, and Chinese buffet. Today was interesting, very interesting, as my ex-wife called me as the Dingy One and myself was getting ready to head across the river for some business. She was bawling, crying, needed help as we headed over to help her. Keep in mind, a couple of years ago, she had a pretty bad stroke. When we got there, she had taken a hard fall on the floor in her house. Dingbat and myself got her to the hospital, spent most of the day there with her. Luckily, she did not break anything, just banged up and some bruises. Now it's time for a late dinner for the Dingbat and myself, and then the hounds are going to be going to bed. Wow, got a lot of interesting things in the world of NASCAR happening as well. Maybe get a full update on that on our Friday morning. All right. Hello to Roy. Good evening. Good morning. Steve, China has us outnumbered 10-1. But it kind of sounds like ISIS might be a bigger concern. Yeah, they're looking for, what was the number? At least 50 illegally in the country that they were let in, but then they, lo and behold, their ties to ISIS, they should have been on the terror watch list. Buckeye Boy checking in from Appleton, Wisconsin. It's a pleasant 64 degrees. Got our new pool liner in today. We've filled it up enough to hold the liner in. Now they've got to install all the return nozzles in the skimmer cover again. should have the 24,000 gallons of water in it by the weekend and a huge water bill in a few weeks. Yeah, plus all the salt and chemicals. We got to do it again. This time tonight, we'll be talking about what we thought about the debate. I hope Trump keeps his cool, hope calculating and presidential in his responses with a few really truthful zingers. Now, the expectations for the puppet are pretty low. That if he walks on stage without falling or staring off into oblivion, the left will say he's the best he's ever been. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. Yeah, numbers I saw somewhere, it was 6 or 7 in 10 Americans that they've surveyed said that they are planning to tune into at least portions of that debate tonight. There is a lot of interest in how that's all going to unfold. Hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight fans. A beautiful rainy day here in my area of the Bluegrass. Everybody get home safe and ultimately have a great weekend. And as always, be blessed. Just enough time to say howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. There's Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day, Friday Eve. Working last night, but I had a ride-along who was new to the company. That they needed to be shown some policies and procedures specific for our account. Hopefully he succeeds in his career with us. Tonight I'm back to my normal routine. Hope everybody's having a good night so far. A little breezy earlier, a little fog developing in places, and cooler than we've seen in recent weeks. 68 degrees, rolling high 71.
From Feature Storing News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The U.S. Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heat wave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins, behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
A lot of interesting things to cover in the industry headlines in the world of trucking. Get to that momentarily. Hello to Cripshaw, checking in, drinking a nice cold Rollin' Rock. Morning, Steve and the truckers, all those listening in tonight. How about there? Oh, there's old Kentucky Ken. How you been, Ken? Summertime's arrived. I saw a post a few weeks ago. Of course, he's been doing the school bus driver thing, and he picked up another summertime gig here. But good morning, Overnight Drive crew, and Steve Summers, old Kentucky Ken, is listening in. All right, safe travels. Great to hear from you. Buckeye Boy said, what about the 29 fact checkers that are going to be overseeing the debate? Yeah, I saw the headline. Apparently the New York Times, no less. The totally unbiased New York Times, right? They have announced they will have 29 fact checkers going through, I guess, everything that is said during tonight's debate. There's Bidu checking in this morning. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Hello, Timothy. A nice 78 degrees here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. A little rain tonight in the forecast. Yes, indeed. All right, several big-ticket items, according to OOIDA, items of interest to truckers, have made it into the initial draft of the 2025 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Bill, otherwise known as the THUD Bill. Released by the Appropriations Committee this past day, the 2025 THUD Bill proposes spending limits and restrictions on the Department of Transportation and other sub-agencies like the FMCSA. Of note, truck parking projects are slated in the bill for a $200 million investment. The $200 million included in the appropriations is significantly lower Then the $755 million investment over 3 years included in the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, known as H.R. 2367. And while the THUD language sets restrictions on charging for parking, there's little in the way of detail on how the money could be spent. For example, it's unclear if any of the $200 million might be spent on charging infrastructure, maybe for electric trucks, rather than actually expanding truck parking availability. Another piece of legislation rolled into the bill is a prohibition on a speed limiter mandate. Currently, the FMCSA, as we know, has a rulemaking lurking in the background that would propose a speed limiter mandate on trucks. The speed, which has yet to be officially disclosed, in spite of a proposal released in error last year that included a top speed of 68 miles per hour. Now, lawmakers in both the House and Senate have introduced legislation that prohibits the FMCSA from mandating speed limiters. Representative Josh Breachin introduced H.R. 3039 back in May of last year. Steve Daines, then of Montana, had launched the Senate version of the DRIVE Act, Senate S. 2671, in July of last year. Both versions of the bill would prohibit the FMCSA from moving ahead with any rule or regulation that would mandate speed limiters. There has been some movement into the form of co-sponsors signing on, but any passage of the legislation faces challenges getting through Congress in the current climate we have today. The language included in the THUD appropriations bill basically mirrors the House and Senate versions of the DRIVE Act. If it were to stay in place, if signed into law, the THUD bill would prohibit the FMCSA from mandating speed limiters. None of the funds appropriated or otherwise made available by this act or any other act may be used to promulgate any rule or regulation to require vehicles with a gross vehicle weight more than 26,000 pounds operating in interstate commerce to be equipped with a speed-limited device set to a maximum speed. That's in Section 133 of the THUD bill. There are several other items of note, they say, nestled away in the 210-page appropriations bill are also a prohibition on electronic logging devices in agricultural operations, a prohibition on driver-facing cameras in the under 21 pilot program, drivers under the age of 21, and a prohibition on the FMCSA acting to alter meal or rest break preemption waivers. So again, several pretty big-ticket items of interest in the THUD bill released over the past day. Meanwhile, phone lines open at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? We also got word this past day. Crews are almost done building the temporary route around the landslide that shut down a portion of Wyoming Highway 22, that vital road for thousands of workers in the western resort town there. Wyoming DOT officials say they're looking at Friday to reopen the temporary route. The road over Teton Pass near the Idaho state line has been closed since that landslide since June the 8th. Amazingly, no one was hurt when the pavement gave way. The road was actually already closed because another landslide had washed mud and debris across the road several miles away. Had that not been the case, this would have been definitely a much greater disaster. The collapse was a big headache, obviously, for thousands of drivers. Many people work in Jackson, the ski and tourism hub, at the doorstep of Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks, where the average home costs millions of dollars. and many of them live in the more affordable eastern Idaho. Due to the road collapse, workers have been following a different route, adding over an hour to their daily commute each way. Now, vehicles will need to slow down on this temporary section, they say, to 20 miles per hour. They will not have to stop, but this is going to be akin to a hairpin turn, if you've seen the aerial photographs. So 20 mile per hour speed limit. The two paved lanes will span somewhere between 600 and 700 feet there. Now, we do have a steeper grade, which really isn't that big of a problem, but the turns are obviously a bit tighter. Now, a permanent fix, costing perhaps upward of $20 million, will take longer, obviously. But looking to get that open Friday, just in time for what is obviously going to be a big travel weekend and a big travel week, which that would be a big-time blessing, especially for those people that are having to drive back and forth to work, adding 2 extra hours to their daily commute. And one other under the industry headlines. If you're a truck driver who crosses either the Mexican or Canadian border with a pet on board, you need to be aware of a new requirement or new requirements that will be taking effect in August. Effective August 1, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will enact new requirements for dogs entering the U.S. in order to control the spread of rabies, they're telling us. According to Customs and Border Protection, starting in August, in order to cross the border into the U.S., dogs must meet the following requirements. They must appear healthy upon arrival. They must be at least 6 months of age. They must be microchipped. And they must be accompanied by a CDC dog import form online submission receipt. Dogs that do not meet these requirements will not be allowed entry into the U.S. They will be sent back to the country of departure, not the country where the dog was born or where it lives, at the expense of the owner. Regulating dog importation helps protect the health and safety of people and their pets. According to the port director, the rabies variant carried by dogs was eliminated in this country in 2007. We are working diligently in concert with the Center for Disease Control to prevent its reintroduction. Now, the Canadian Trucking Alliance kind of sounding the alarm about how this new rule could impact cross-border trucking. Due to these concerns, the CTA recently wrote the CDC, indicating that many cross-border truck drivers travel with their pets as a companion. We know that. Some fleets estimate upwards of 20% of their long-haul drivers travel with their furry companions into the U.S. Many drivers also have questions about potential impacts on admissibility and the lack of education around this rule prior to its introduction at the border. Prior to this, from CDL Life this past year, I'd heard absolutely nothing about it. Any of you heard anything about this rule? And we know that there are tens of thousands of drivers that have dogs as their companions out there on the road. One of which, right here, it was a lost dog story with a happy ending, thanks in part to Facebook and the trucker community through CB and their community pages, according to an Oklahoma animal shelter. On June 19th, the Purcell Animal Shelter shared a post seeking public help in locating a truck driver whose dog was picked up by someone else at an Oklahoma Walmart location. Looking for the trucker who was at Walmart this morning about 6:30 a.m., who was looking for his dog, says the post. Someone picked it up and brought it to the Purcell Animal Shelter. So please, if you know who the trucker was and you know how to reach him, this little guy is missing you. That post was widely shared on trucking social media groups. And according to the shelter, that was the key to finding the truck driver and ultimately arranging a heartwarming reunion. How about that? On June the 25th, the Purcell Animal Shelter posted a happy update. The Walmart dog that we had fondly named Trucker is back with his family. I want to thank everyone who shared and spread the word through Facebook and the trucker community via CB and their community pages and reached Trucker, whose actual name is Nacho, all the way in Houston, Texas. His family, who was told the lady who found him was going to keep him, never thought they'd see him again. So this reunion was a true tearjerker, and we could not be happier that these two were reunited. We have the best community. There you go. Happy ending there. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
What else we got in the mix here? Kicking off a brand new day. It is 844-844-3388. Shared the story of Rivian announcing they were really facing major financial problems, on the brink of going belly up. With all the issues we've seen with one electric vehicle company after another failing, the market demand is not there. The people just don't want them. It boggles my mind how there are still those willing to continue to throw billions of dollars. In my sense of thinking, it's throwing good money after bad, but the announcement that Volkswagen and Rivian have announced a joint venture that will bring Rivian's electric vehicle software expertise to Volkswagen's product lineup. The $5 billion deal has provided a lifeline to Rivian. As they've faced major financial problems this year, Electrek reports the partnership between VW and Rivian marks a significant move in the industry's attempted transition to electric vehicles. Volkswagen is committed to an initial investment of $1 billion in Rivian, with the potential to increase this figure to $5 billion by the year 2026. This strategic alliance aims to combine Rivian's software prowess with Volkswagen's manufacturing scale and global reach, creating a formidable force in the electric vehicle market. Now, for Rivian, very obviously a troubled electric vehicle manufacturer, this all at a crucial time they've been desperately attempting to reduce cost and achieve profitability. They just announced here a few weeks ago the delay of the Georgia plant construction to save over $2 billion in the short term. So the influx of capital from VW will provide them with a much-needed financial stability as they try to push forward with their development and production of the upcoming R2 vehicle. VW, on the other hand, stands to gain significantly from Rivian's software expertise, an area that the German automaker has been facing many challenges. So with the partnership, VW aims to enhance their technological profile and their competitiveness in the evolving electric vehicle market. Of course, making moves in the alleged green EV market is good public relations for VW in the wake of their infamous Dieselgate scandal. Rivian faced major financial issues earlier this year. Shares of the electric vehicle makers Rivian and Lucid plunged following the disappointing fourth quarter earnings reports. And this was reported here back in February. When they made that first announcement, their stock sank about 25%. Lucid shares had dropped 17%. Both companies citing stagnant production numbers, existing economic and geopolitical uncertainties. Rivian had forecast production of 57,000 vehicles this year, about the same as what they produced in 2023. Now, that was the previous announcement. They had cut those production numbers in half, citing the lack of demand. So the partnership begins with VW offering a $1 billion convertible note to Rivian, which will convert into an equity holding around the end of this year. They say additionally the two companies will establish a 50-50 joint venture focused on developing next-generation electric and electronic architecture. That'll give VW immediate access to Rivian's advanced electronics architecture, widely regarded as one of the company's major strengths at this point in time. All right, about a minute from news break. When we come back, we'll get to your calls. Jump on in. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A topic that Eagle had brought up several times this week, having grown up, as he mentioned, in the Houston area. Grief and rage overflowing the courthouse in Houston as the man accused, the illegal accused of killing that 12-year-old girl, faced his first court appearance on Tuesday. Johan Jose Rangel, who along with his fellow illegal Venezuelan immigrant Franklin Pena, accused of killing Jocelyn Nungary, appeared for his initial hearing, and that's when they put a bond of $10 million in place. Things got rather interesting during that court hearing, though. So lots to cover, and it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Storing News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The U.S. Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heatwave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden or someone close to Biden eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defense. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defense.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the US Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. Pakistan is braced for several more days of an intense heat wave, which has already hospitalized thousands of people. And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court as his hearing formally begins. That's the latest feature story news. Sally Patterson reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it. Rolling into a Thursday, a.k.a. Friday Eve. What's going on out there? Our number, 844-844-3388. Before we get to the call, so the rest of the story out of Houston, as the two Venezuelan illegals made their first court appearance As Martinez Rangel, the 22-year-old, was taken away after the hearing, a member of the victim's family is shouting out in Spanish, "Murderer! And I hope they kill your children," according to KHOU. Apparently it was Jocelyn's grandmother that was shouting, "Murderer, look at my face." According to KTRK-TV, court documents state that on the 16th, Nungaray snuck out of her parents' home about 10 p.m. That's when those two suspects encountered the girl at a convenience store, supposedly asking her for directions. Ultimately, the girl was taken under a bridge where she was held for 2 hours, tied, her pants removed, strangled. In court on Monday, it was revealed that 26-year-old Pena told authorities he tried to stop Martinez Rangel from assaulting the girl, but Rangel put his arm around the victim's neck and covered her mouth. Pena did say that Martinez Rangel did tie her up and suggested they throw her into the bayou to get rid of any DNA, according to the district attorney. But you got to remember, they're saying now that is coming from the co-defendant. You know, once they get back the physical evidence, they say they hope to have a clearer picture of what actually happened there under the bridge. So, in other words, it could be one of these two trying to throw his friend under the bus to save himself sort of thing. Yeah, they'll get all the DNA evidence and definitively know whether both of them participated in the rape of the girl. But all right, let me get to, there is, it looks like Eagle is actually on board out of the box this morning. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, what's going on,
Hello?
Eagle? Yes, we got you.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me move to a better location so you can hear me. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I'm calling you tonight, man. I got a real bad feeling. I just seen some information about John Force, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good from the information that I just heard.
No,
the internet.
I've been searching and I haven't been able to really find anything out. I mean, everything just like 24 hours ago, it's pretty much saying all the same thing. The only thing I'm seeing is they're kind of confirming he's not on the list to race this weekend. It's like, well, duh. What do you expect? But what were you able to find?
I just saw something on the internet saying that John Force is in a fight for his life. That's what it's saying. Let me see. I got to see what the AP or something. I think that's what I read like about 10 or 15 minutes ago. Yeah, Steve, because the reason why I'm concerned at this point is because the family is too quiet. This accident occurred, I think, last Friday, and it's been almost a week now, I think, since, and you haven't heard, normally, his daughters, he's got 3 daughters, and plus he got a driver that races for him who won the race over the weekend, Austin Prock, and he's not even talking. That's not a good sign. If they had a bright sign, if they had something in the future where he might possibly get out, they would at least say, well, John is, he's in the hospital, he's recovering, and we'll see what happens in the coming. But you're not hearing nothing. Nobody, even NHRA, the Hot Rod Association, they're not even saying anything. That's what tells me. I think you got to believe at this point, Steve, that he definitely got some severe head injuries. You can't hit a wall going that fast and not have some type of head injury. In internal damage, internal injuries. Yeah, I really, I think his career might be over. Probably I'd be surprised to see him get behind the wheel of a car again if he does make it out of the hospital. But I'm not liking what I'm seeing right now, Steve. I'm kind of concerned, because I like John Force a lot, and I've been a fan of his. And I'm kind of disappointed. I know these people want to keep things private. It's a family deal, but he has millions of fans around the U.S. and we deserve to know if this man is gonna, live or die. They could at least, let us know, give some kind of information. It's been, like I say, almost a week now, and we still don't know. Like you said, we still don't know what the hell's going on. So, it's obvious he's not going to race this weekend. But I'm not concerned about him racing. I want to know if the man is going to survive. That's what I'm concerned with at this point. So I just wish the family would update people and let the people know, his fans, that they care about the guy, if this guy is going to survive. Because, I just looked at the video again, and there's no way he didn't have some type of injuries, severe injuries from an accident like that. Like I say, I was surprised that he was conscious when they put him on the stretcher to fly him out in the helicopter. Sure. I thought he would have been knocked out then. But like I told you a couple of days ago, Steve, I don't know if you've ever been involved in an accident, but you don't feel the pain that same day. An accident 2 or 3 days later, that's when you feel the pain. Your body, you wake up and you sore as hell. Like I say, my neck, the day I had my accident about 10 years ago, I felt like I was ready to go back to work. The next day I woke up, I couldn't even get out of bed. I couldn't even turn my neck. My neck was so damn sore. So you don't feel the pain the same day after a car accident. But a day or two later, that's when you feel the pain. Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure that he's got, and I damn sure wasn't going 300 miles an hour when I had my accident. So I can imagine what kind of pain this guy is going to be in. So all I can say is God bless him, and hopefully he'll come through it and survive this deal. Now, I want to say one quick thing about this debate right quick, because like I told you, I'm going to be definitely watching tomorrow night with Donald Trump's situation. They're saying now, I had told you yesterday, but they're not really saying too much about it. I don't know if that's going to affect the debate or not. They said that the judge had taken away some of Donald Trump's restraint orders, that he was allowed to talk about some of the things that the judge had took away some of these deals that he had told Trump he couldn't talk about. So we'll see if Donald Trump says anything about that tomorrow night. Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen, and the case in New York. We'll see if he's going to say anything about that case, if he asked that question. And one other thing that I think you already, when I tuned in a little bit later, is the deal with the Supreme Court. That they making a decision today about the internet and some other things. Wanted to see what the Supreme Court, what they're going to do with that situation. Because I believe when it's all said and done, Steve, the Supreme Court, they probably going to have to get involved in this election to when it's all said and done between Joe Biden and Trump. I believe that there's going to be so much crazy stuff going on after the election in November. I think that it's going to take the Supreme Court to determine a winner of this whole deal, because there's so much, election interference, and you got illegals trying to get in on voting. I believe that the Supreme Court, and luckily Donald Trump, he had put 3 people on the court, and I just hope those people don't turn their back and stab him in the back and, do the wrong thing. So we'll see how that turns out. But I believe that the Supreme Court is going to be definitely involved in who wins this election in 2024. What'd you say?
I said they very well could be.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, I'll call you back a little bit later tonight. I'm gonna try to get some more information about force and try to give you a call back in a couple hours. And I thank you for taking my call.
Very good. Thank you much. Eagle, have a good morning. And lines available at 844-844-3388. I did another quick search, and there is one report here, I think from Motor Trend, that did kind of allude to those that are close to the race team, kind of speculating that the injuries could be severe. The full report says NHRA funny car driver John Force in a dreadful accident following the engine explosion. He did climb out of the wreckage, as we saw, with assistance from the NHRA safety safari, and transported to the local trauma hospital via helicopter. This was the opening round of the competition when his supercharged Hemi engine experienced catastrophic failure, setting off a chain of events that ended with several impacts with the retaining walls. Force received the wind light over his competitor, Terry Haddock, and blistered through the traps at over 300 miles per hour. But when the engine exploded, Force seemingly struggled to remain in control, obviously, of the car before sliding from the right lane to the left, impacting the wall at a horrifically high rate of speed. Then moved across the course, contacting the right side's concrete barrier. Now he appeared shaken by the hard hit as the safety crew put him on a gurney, and an emergency medical helicopter transported him to the local trauma center. Now, the latest release that was pretty much just 24 hours after the incident. No one's really released anything. They did admit he was in the intensive care unit, and his 4 daughters and wife are present at the hospital. Sources near the team say his condition is very guarded and speculate the injuries could be severe. They did say the doctors are purposely moving slowly on revealing the extent of injuries due to the severity of the impact, nor will they reveal a treatment or recovery assessment. Now, lastly, it said the team plans to compete in this weekend's Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals in Norwalk, Ohio. We will report more information on Force's condition as it becomes available. Now, the previous story, which was NHRA legend, 16-time funny car champion John Force, hospitalized this week after the violent explosion and crash, will not be racing this weekend in Norwalk. You think? Yeah, the 75-year-old Force is not on the entry list for the Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals. According to a NHRA spokesman who spoke with Auto Week on Wednesday, no replacement driver is entered to drive Force's funny car during the June 27 through June 30 event. So that actually gets underway today. John Force Racing's other 2 cars, the Top Fuel dragster of 2-time Top Fuel champ Brittany Force and the funny car of Austin Prock, are entered and expected at the starting line when qualifying begins for the Nitro machines on Friday at 6 p.m. at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. And again, when it comes to John Force Racing, they have yet to disclose the extent of any injuries that John had suffered in the incident. But Force, in pursuit of his 17th funny car champion and first since 2013, is currently second in the NHRA Mission Drag Racing funny car standings. Prock leads with 824 points, Force being second with 693. So, okay, again, no word on anything. Very, very, very quiet, which does kind of raise your concern level. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Jump back up to the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, two-time world champion manure hauler.
Three-time champion meat hauler, baby.
What's up?
Hey, look here, man. I'm going to tell you something, Steve. I don't know if you've seen that video today, but I'm going to tell you what. I'm questioning my mode of transportation I've had on this whole trip. Started Sunday over there in Denver. We went to board the plane, and the co-pilot was a lady, right? So we're standing there at the gate getting ready to go down to Concord, go down on the airplane there. And she told the guy that was running the gate, so this is my boyfriend. So we've been dating. I want him to come down and kiss me goodbye, And so they getting a little ruckus. They said, no, you can't be hanky-panky and, on the airplane, her boyfriend got real offensive, and the guy told her, "You just need to cool out, man. I'm messing with you." So they go down there, they in the cockpit playing huggy, kissy, grab ass and everything, And I look at Debbie, I said, "Now I want to know one thing: who done the pre-flight on this damn airplane while they was up there playing huggy, kissy, grab ass and everything else, right?" So when we landed, she was flying the airplane, and she hit that ground so damn hard, I thought it knocked the wings off that airplane. David said, "Damn, that was rough." I said, "Yeah, it was." So, anyway, today we take the cruise on the SS Minna, and we're sitting there, and this is a pretty big boat, man. This thing's about maybe 30 foot wide and probably long as a tractor trailer, a lot more, and it was kind of rough out there, no boat took to. But while we were sitting there, the salvage crew come up with a crane, and they working on this damn boat. And I told David, I said, "Look here." I said, "We fit to get on that boat. They got a salvage crew here." I said, I'm really beginning to wonder about what we're doing here, And she said, "You'll be fine. You'll be be all right, So anyway, we found out what they were doing. They were setting new life rafts and life jackets and everything they had purchased, and they were putting them on the boat. So I was cool with that. So we sailed across Lake Tahoe, out there, beautiful cruise, running into some great people. Just everybody was laughing, cutting up, having a good time, man. It was a hell of a thing. You know what we witnessed today? I witnessed my first smash and grab. And Steve, it was something out of this world. It was absolutely crazy. We went across at Lake Tahoe there, and we went up in this place called Emerald Bay. So we're kind of making a little hook up there, and they're giving us the history of all the people. There's a castle up there that was built back in the 1800s, and the guy that built it, they built this big old rock thing out there on this point for him, and they're giving us all the information, and everybody on the boat just started hollering and screaming. And I looked up, it had to be on the side, me and Debbie was, and this bear come charging. I mean, there must have been 100 people out on that beach. This bear come charging out the woods, runs down there amongst the people, and we're hollering, bear, bear, bear. And they start instead of grabbing their kids up and running, they start snapping snapshots. That bear run down there, and I mean, he was a big-ass bear. I'm not talking about no cub, Bubba. We're talking about a full-grown bear. He charges off this hill down there, and there was something in that picnic and lunch that they had down there, and he wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
He grabbed that damn thing, that picnic lunch they had, went running back up the hill and got about halfway up. He said, well, it's dinner time. So he's sitting there ripping this bag to pieces and they eating and growling at the people looking around and stuff. And I told them, I said, look at them idiots. They're more in there taking a picture of the damn bear than they are grabbing the kids. We couldn't believe it. I mean, we were going haywire. I said, Debbie, we witnessed our first smash and grab today.
Wow.
It was crazy.
That's a different kind of smash and grab, but it's amazing how many people out there just take it with a grain of salt. The wildlife, and if you got a bear nearby, you're not supposed to be taking pictures. You see them all the time with the buffalo out there, Yellowstone, the moose. People trying to get right up next to a moose to take pictures. I don't get it. People just don't seem to have any fear of the wildlife. But let me pause there because I'm looking at the clock and we got to get a news break. Thursday coming on, Friday Eve. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Bolivian police have foiled an attempted coup and arrested its rebel leader as armed forces pull back from the country's presidential palace. America's top court appears to have accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of Idaho. The opinion by the U.S. Supreme Court was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned. Tony Waterman, Texas.
Commerce and trade ministers from the United States, Japan, and South Korea have vowed to cooperate on strategic issues including artificial intelligence and semiconductor supply chains. The ministers issued a joint statement underscoring a deepening of trilateral cooperation amid an intensifying China-US rivalry. Laura Westbrook has more.
U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo summed things up when she said, "We are doubling down our efforts to work together," at the start of a trilateral meeting between her counterparts in Japan and South Korea. In particular, they committed to strengthening supply chains in key sectors, such as semiconductors and batteries. And in a statement, they said they were concerned over the weaponization of being economically dependent on sources for strategic goods. The US has been working with its allies to reshape global supply chains, particularly those reliant on Chinese manufacturing. Last month, the US said it would increase tariffs on China, including on critical minerals from there. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
More than 500 people have died in the last 1 week alone in Pakistan's Karachi city, and the country's weather bureau is warning that the intense heat wave currently gripping that region is set to continue in the coming days. Hospitals in Karachi are on high alert to treat heat stroke victims, as Hera Mustafa reports.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heat stroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave. Meanwhile, Pakistan's meteorological office says temperatures could rise as high as 50 degrees Celsius in the coming days. The heat wave, which started in May, is forecast to subside next week. Hera Mustafa, Islamabad.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Back at it here. Got a Thursday coming on. Weekend. I can see it from here, right? Eagle had mentioned the Supreme Court, a number of rulings yet to come down. I'm anticipating more yet today. And, of course, one of the big ones yet to come will still be the presidential immunity surrounding Donald Trump. But a ruling that did come down this past day about the government and getting in contact with the like of social media companies and the censorship that they had pushed when it comes to whether it was the COVID-19 or the election controversies. And it's a very, in the words of former Deputy Assistant Attorney General Victoria Tensing, she says it was very perplexing, those words. Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected the suit that sought to limit government officials from pressuring social media companies to remove posts from their platforms that the government declared as problematic. Tensing agreed with Justice Alito on the problems with the decision, but said, I'm not going to characterize this as a victory for the Biden administration. I hope it's a chilling situation for them because this standing is only procedural. So actually the court can take up the issue again and make the decision on the merits rather than the procedure. Former U.S. Attorney Joe DeGenova joined the conversation and touched on the upcoming presidential immunity case that is expected to be ruled on as well, either today or Friday. In this case, I think they're fighting like hell amongst themselves over the language about what the test should be, because what's going to happen is Donald Trump is going to win. Now, he's not going to get absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts, but he's going to get something close to it. Jim Jordan also spoke out about that ruling. He's the one that came down this past day, criticizing the Supreme Court's decision to decline to impose limits on how the Biden administration communicates with the social media platform, saying the ruling goes against constitutional rights to freedom of expression. The First Amendment is first for a reason, and the freedom of expression should be protected from any infringement by the government. Our country benefits when ideas can be tested and debated fairly on their merits, whether online or the halls of Congress. The ruling, again, was 6-3 in the case of Murthy versus Missouri to overturn the lower court's decision last year that found federal officials likely violated the First Amendment and protections for free speech, rejecting a challenge that Missouri, Louisiana, and 5 individuals made on free speech grounds about how officials had encouraged social media sites to remove posts that they had deemed as misinformation, as I said, including COVID and elections. Now, Jim Jordan said his committee and the select subcommittee on the weaponization of federal government have indeed uncovered that the Biden administration engaged in a censorship campaign in violation of the First Amendment. So all I could pretty much say is we respectfully disagree with the court's decision, but called for laws to address the issue. Our investigation has shown the need for legislative reforms, such as the Censorship Accountability Act, to better protect Americans harmed by the unconstitutional censorship industrial complex. I pretty much left it off by saying our work will continue. So that was a pretty big ruling and pretty surprising by all means, but a split decision 6-3. All right, back to the monkey gouger. So after a crazy wild day, did you not get any pictures of the bear?
Yeah, we got some pictures. We're gonna post them probably tomorrow. There was a lady that was on the boat, but she got a great shot of it, and we'll probably get them up tomorrow or Friday whenever we get the chance. I mean, we just been going full bore. We left and went on around the lake, and we got over there about where that bear attack took place, you know, where he made the smash and grab, and there was a fellow running down the middle of the road over there jogging. I told Dave, I said, that guy there's got to be out of his ever-loving mind. I mean, we just seen a 500-pound bear, you know, eight minutes, an hour ago, and he's out here jogging by himself. I said, man, people are stupid. And they had all kind of warnings up about bear sightings and, you know, don't feed the bear and everything on all the signs. But anyway, we went on around the lake and went up to Truckee and went downtown Truckee. It's old mining town there in California. And I've always wanted to stop there, never had a chance to stop there. And we stopped and went in a couple of the shops. And I told Deb, this is just like going to Myrtle Beach. I said, you know, it's one bric-a-brac place after another. I said, let's go to Boomtown. She said, Boomtown? I said, yeah, that's the old truck stop up there on the hill up there. I said, we might get lucky. She said, well, I feel lucky. So I told her, I said, when we went in, I said, now, don't do nothing but work the machines at the back door. I said, that's all you got to do is just work them machines. And they were just driving in there, and he was poking money in this one machine, man. I mean, he was waylaying this thing. And he got up and left, and I told her, go ahead and get on that machine. She put $20 in it, won $500. I paid the light bill. As usual, you know, my luck went south. So anyway, we left there, come on in, and I told Deb, I said, I got to call and tell Steve I survived the SS Minnow. And she told me, said, that wasn't the SS Minnow. It was Miss Dixie, and I don't tell anybody. You go to Lake Tahoe, you need to get on that Miss Dixie cruise. That crew is super nice. I mean, Steve, we've had a great time. We really didn't know how stressed we was and everything. And this vacation really took a lot of stress off of us. I mean, we've had a blast.
That's good. So has anybody been able to get a full ride in on a bull yet, or no? Still no?
No, I did. We didn't. We were gonna go over there tonight, and we got back. We just got back to the room. And both of us, we've been up since 5:30 this morning. And I told her, I said, you know something, I'm give out. She said, yeah, I reckon we are. We ain't as young as we used to be. So we're in Reno, and at 10 o'clock at night, we laying up in the bed. I said, the old age, baby, it's creeping up on them golden years will start to take its toll. So we're going to go over to the bowling thing where they filmed the movie Kingpin. It's just right across the street from us. And they have a lot of bowling events and stuff over there, and that's when they're having the main bowling championship and stuff. So we're going to go see that, and then I reckon we're going to try and see if we can't spend Debbie $500 in a slot machine or something. Yeah. So anyway, that's the update. We survived it, and everything went well, man.
That's good. All right. So having a good time. Hopefully, what you got Thursday and Friday, right? Then that'll be it. Yeah,
we're leaving Friday morning and flying back home, and I'm gonna take off another week to kind of recoup. Okay. I tell you what, this jet lag is killing me, man. We just can't get, we're 3 hours behind, and, wake up, and it's still dark out here. And we are running around, and I told her, I said, boy, wait till we get back home. I said, we are going to have a mess. But anyway, it's a good mess, and we've enjoyed ourselves and everything. So we're going to back on out of here and let the next person get in. We'll try to call you tomorrow night and see if we run into anything else.
All right. Well, thanks for the updates out there. Glad you're having a good time. And it is 844-844-3388. Eskimo Mom, how the heck are you?
Playing truck driver. I'm out of the fog for a little bit and some clear skies right now, but I'm playing in southern Indiana, so most of us who've been through here know it's it's just not if but when the fog will come back, especially when you've got some here before you get to Louisville, or after Louisville. But what I wanted to call about was John Force, and I'm going to do a little speculation because I have a husband who's his age, and I know my dear sweet husband. If he gets any injury, he don't bounce back right away. So they may be keeping him in ICU because of his age, and he doesn't bounce back, and he's not healing from some of the traumas. And I'm also speculating too, he might have even got some burns or some other like thermal injuries, and that might be also too why he's in ICU because you got to be very, very careful if you get burns or anything like that. Or even like smoke inhalation and stuff, and all the other stuff. But and also too, also what Monkey Gals were talking about. Some of these people with the bears and stuff like that. So many people out there, they go on vacation and they turn off they turn off the safety sensors. The little antennas that tell them, hey, you better get your butt out of there. They turn those off and they get so stupid. And they end up becoming Darwin Award nominees or even Darwin Award winners. Right, yep. Well, you see, I mean, they tell you Gatlinburg's another good example, people down there. I mean, when you see that little bear cub, out there crossing the street, they'll get out of the cars to be taking pictures and everything. Well, Mama Bear, I guarantee you, is somewhere not far from that baby bear. Yes. And if she's pissed off enough, you're about ready to become her next target. Yep. But it's just people are just it's just you have to keep reminding them that, hey, that's wildlife out there. They don't care about getting their picture taken. You're just in their territory. You're in their road. So get your butt out. Be smart. Get your butt out of there, and just watch out for the wildlife.
Well, Eskimo Mom, good to hear from you. Hope you have a good night. Smooth travels. I do see there's no dense fog advisories, but yeah, they have hoisted for much of Ohio, northern Kentucky, and southeastern Indiana. Be aware of patchy dense fog. Let's see, patchy dense fog overnight. Yeah, rapid changes in visibility over short distances, maybe reduced to a quarter mile or less at times. So just remain alert for reduced visibility out there. Yeah, I had that little bit of rain come through over the past day. Still got the moisture out there, and I'm sure that some of the river valleys and things like that are experiencing probably some denser fog issues. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, good morning to Gary. Good to have you on board, Mr. Montgomery. Hello to Billy. There's Roki. And we were talking about the bears here a few moments ago. I didn't catch that story. You said a black bear was actually put down following an incident at the Anakeesta Mountaintop Adventure Park there in Gatlinburg on June 20th, 1 week ago. It was inside a concession stand and made brief contact with a human. And apparently due to the contact, they said relocation was out. So they put him down, huh? All right, I guess they don't want an aggressive bear there in the park. That would have to be the word. Meanwhile, the National Transportation Safety Board this past day, the chair, Jennifer Homendy, pretty much laying it out, taking them to the woodshed, Norfolk Southern, for the way they responded to the board's investigation of the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, back in February of last year. Norfolk Southern stonewalled board requests for information, ran its own probe on the side in violation of NTSB rules, and sought to influence the board's independent investigation, according to Homendy, at the end of a day-long hearing on the board's findings and recommendations. Norfolk Southern's abuse of the party process was unprecedented and reprehensible, she said. Numerous times, Norfolk Southern delayed or failed to provide critical investigative information to our team. Twice, at the request of staff, I called Norfolk Southern, stating I would issue subpoenas to get the information if it wasn't immediately provided to our teams. Norfolk Southern disputes this. They say at all times Norfolk Southern cooperated fully and ethically with the investigation with full transparency. Our communications with NTSB staff and board members were always motivated by a desire to ensure they had all the relevant information for their independent evaluation and by a shared commitment to advance rail safety. Now, Homendy went on to cite two examples that she said demonstrated the railroad's lack of cooperation. SPSI, one of the railroad's derailment contractors, maintained that it did not take or keep written records on temperature trends in the derailed tank cars, according to Homendy, but 2 months later, the board learned through employee text messages and emails. Those records were indeed kept. The day of the derailment, NTSB lead investigator Reuben Payan told Norfolk Southern to preserve all evidence for investigators. 5 times over the following 2 weeks, he requested a full download of the locomotive event and image records. But on February 16, Norfolk Southern informed the board that all but 20 minutes of the data had been erased because the locomotive had been put back into regular service. Norfolk Southern also conducted its own experiments on vinyl chloride and then sought 4 times to have the evidence submitted. Parties are not permitted to manufacture their own evidence and develop their own sets of facts outside of the NTSB investigative process, which is exactly what Norfolk Southern did, according to Homendy. Payan refused to allow the information from Norfolk Southern's experiments to be included in the record. Norfolk Southern lawyers appealed the decision to the NTSB's general counsel, who informed the railroad the investigator in charge has the final say. Norfolk Southern then went around the investigator in charge and our general counsel and sent the material directly to the board members. 5 presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed government officials via email on May 1st, urging us to overrule our investigator in charge. This demonstrated complete disregard for the conduct of our independent investigation. Now, during a routine meeting with NTSB officials 2 weeks ago, an unnamed Norfolk Southern executive asked the board to quash the rumor that the railroad decided to vent and burn the derailed 5 tank cars of vinyl chloride so they could more quickly open their main line. That is not only unethical and inappropriate, but defending an entity's decision-making is not our role, says Homendy. The senior Norfolk Southern executive also said the East Palestine hearing was an opportunity for the community and the railroad to move on. The entire exchange ended with what everyone from the NTSB knew they heard in the room was a threat, and it was delivered that way, to use every avenue and opportunity to vigorously defend their decision-making in media and hearings going forward, said Homendy. That's Norfolk Southern's right, but it's not our role to defend Norfolk Southern. We're here to protect the American people. Now, she did say she struggled with her decision on going public with Norfolk Southern's conduct because she feared it would overshadow the board's findings and recommendations. But she wanted everyone at the NTSB to understand We are impervious to anything but the truth. We are the gold standard when it comes to accident investigation around the world. I will not allow an entity, any entity, to impugn the reputation or malign the reputation of our investigative staff, our top-notch investigative staff, which was or is what the aim from Norfolk Southern was. So she laid it on the line there. All right, get back to the calls coming up here. It looks like Uber Id wants to chime in. Say hello, Philip. We'll check in from Florida. Sundance and room for you at 844-844-3388. So we've got flooding issues in parts of the Midwest. Meanwhile, out west, as the search continues for more victims, residents of Ruidoso, New Mexico, were allowed to enter back to the village earlier this week for the first time since that pair of wildfires converged on that community and the massive destruction. The search and rescue teams are there. Canines still going property to property to property. According to the mayor, apparently there could be as many as 8 individuals still missing as of Tuesday of this week. More on that coming up here in our next hour. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The U.S. Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heatwave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defense. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defense.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the US Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. Pakistan is braced for several more days of an intense heat wave, which has already hospitalized thousands of people. And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court as his hearing formally begins. That's the latest feature story news. Sally Patterson reporting.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Cue the microphone. Another hour underway as we work our way from time zone to time zone. 27th day of June. Hope your week's going well. So we left off with the massive destruction. Ruidoso, New Mexico, where they're out with the canines, search teams. Word from the mayor is 8 or maybe less individuals are still missing. Among the missing are Ruidoso residents who authorities have not been able to get in touch with, or people who are in the area on vacation in a short-term rental. Now, the mayor said he couldn't reveal the names or the details of the missing individuals. 2 people were confirmed dead. 29 were initially identified as missing on Monday. A large section of the village where searches continue has been designated as a no-entry or what they call exclusion zone. The good news is we still haven't found any loss of life other than the 2 victims. Well, we've not found any bodies or human remains, so we're pleased with that at least. Updates, though, on the South Fork and the Salt Fires, which began over a week ago, have destroyed more than 25,000 acres. The South Fork is listed as 37% contained, and the Salt Fire is still in the single digits, only 7% contained, where they've got more than 1,000 firefighting personnel battling those blazes, and FBI special agents are trying to help figure out what started these fires. Of course, fires continue to burn as the nation grapples with more extreme heat. All right, in Ruidoso, 2 wildfire deaths were confirmed. One was identified as 60-year-old Patrick Pearson, who was actually staying at the Swiss Chalet Inn that was destroyed in the fire. They have not confirmed the other's identity. But they said the look on the children's faces, when you know they don't understand. You see the people, the looks on their faces when they're going back in. Imagine going back in with your children to see what's left. This is where our home used to be, and there's pretty much nothing left. Uber Ed, what's going on out there?
Hey, not much, Steve. How's it going?
I can't complain.
Hey, I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that little girl down there in Texas that got killed.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing that they ain't talking about. I agree that guys ought not been in the country, but I'm about your age, and I don't. You probably didn't talk back to your parents. Your parents took you out behind the wood shack and wore you out. You talk back. And a lot of parents today, they want to be the kids' friends. They don't want to be a parent. They want to be their friend.
Sure.
And you know that the old saying is after midnight, nothing good goes on outside after dark. And I just feel she snuck out of the house, so she put herself in that position because, like I said, nothing goes on good at night.
Sure.
After dark. And from what I've heard, she snuck out of her house to call her boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
That was on Fox News.
Right.
She snuck out of the house to call her boyfriend. Well, she put herself in that position, If she would have stayed in home in bed, she'd never been killed. And that's one thing they're not talking about.
Well, that's a true fact. I mean, when you sneak out of the house, I could only imagine when authorities come knocking on the door and say, we got some news about your daughter, and you say, well, no, she's upstairs in bed, and lo and behold. So that's why I guess you try to teach your kids, follow the rules, right? But at the same time, had those individuals not been in the country, she wouldn't be dead. All right, on to a little bit of space news this past day. Yeah, NASA this past day said they've awarded $843 million to SpaceX to build a vehicle capable of pushing the International Space Station into the Earth's atmosphere for its planned destruction around the year 2030. A task that was originally meant for Russia's thrusters. Under the new NASA contract, SpaceX will build what the space agency called the U.S. Deorbit vehicle to conduct a safe and responsible deorbit of the International Space Station in a controlled manner after the end of its operational life in 2030, which, that's just around the corner, ain't it? The football field-size research lab, led primarily by the U.S. and Russia, of course, has been continuously staffed with government astronauts during what is now 23 years of operation. But, of course, the aging components have led NASA and their foreign partners to pretty much set 2030 is going to be the retirement date, the end of the International Space Station. And I'm old enough to remember the old Skylab as a very young child. It was back elementary school days, if memory serves. Where there was one morning where you can pull up nowadays with the internet and all that, which didn't exist back then. You can actually be on the email list to know when the International Space Station is going to fly over, and if you've got clear skies, you can see that. But somehow, though, the word was there was going to be an opportunity to witness Skylab flying over, and all the school kids, they kind of escorted us all out that early morning. This is, when school started, the sun was just beginning to come up, so it was just kind of like a twilight kind of morning. But I remember that, actually getting to witness Skylab going over a few years back, right? Hello, Philip. What's going on with you this morning?
Just same old stuff going down I-4 here, hanging out in the right lane. How you doing?
Well, it's Friday Eve. I'm doing well.
Yeah, it's Friday Eve. Yeah, technically today is my Friday at Disney on that job. So then tomorrow I'll begin the other one. But I remember the Skylab, that one there, and do you remember the Mir? The Mir was the Russian one. And I figured Elon would get in there somehow, and with our situation with Russia right now, I got a feeling that things are kind of separating with the old ISS. What do you think, Steve?
That's kind of what it sounds like. I mean, they didn't really give any explanation of why Russia will no longer be in charge of the deorbit, but...
Yeah, essentially what they're going to do is they're going to put a piece on the ISS that's like a capsule with engines, and then they'll push it in and thrust it in that way. But still, that Skylab was tiny compared to this thing. I mean,
yeah,
it's huge.
Yeah.
Skylab was a little bitty thing compared to this. Even the Mirror was a little thing compared to this. There's a lot more involved, and the one that China has built, it's going to be even bigger when they get finished with it. I mean, they're into it, but they've still got a lot of modules they've got to add to theirs still, and it's going to be even bigger. And here's the big question: are we going to have another one, or what are we going to do now after that one goes? I mean, there's a lot of plans to put commercial space stations up there, and there's a lot of companies that are invested into that right now and trying to do it, design it, and build it. You got to get it. You got to get the hardware up there. It's not that easy. So let's just see how it plays out here.
Are you
talking about John Force earlier? Go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think we would we work towards another space station, or I'm thinking the next is going to be some sort of a moon base, some sort of a moon residence?
I think we're way behind on that. Everybody says that we're far ahead on it. I don't think that we're into the technology enough to establish a moon base. I mean, they say we are, but I don't think we are. I know they've talked about this Mars and this moon thing, and it takes a lot to live in those environments, and it takes a long time to get to some of them. If you want to get to Mars, it's going to take you about a year to get there.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, I don't know. I don't think the technology is as long as they are far ahead as they think it is with the propulsion systems. You know, when you get into vacuum, it's totally different than it is when you're down here where everything is pressurized and pushing on you, you know, with gravity. So I don't think they're as far into technology as they are. I mean, even Musk, his stuff is, I mean, he's probably the one that's the furthest out of any of them right now, and he's still working on it. I mean, the vacuum engines, they're totally different than the ones they use when they launch, you know. I mean, when you go into the vacuum, it changes the whole deal. You know, you got to make sure the fuel is going away. I mean, we're seeing that right now with the Starliner. You know, the reason they're having these problems with these helium leaks is because when you get into the vacuum of space, you can't use air to push your propellant out. You're in a vacuum.
Yep. Air
ain't going to help it. You got to have something that's behind it to push it. And the only thing they had to push it was helium. You know, that's an inert gas that's not going to cause an explosion. You know, it's one of those things. I mean, it's one of those old questions of, are we going into an environment we shouldn't be going into? Just like the deep, like the guys with the Titanic accident with that sub going down there. You know, do we really need to go in that environment? You know, man wasn't made to go down into those environments and move in space. We weren't built to go into space, but we can get there. We figured out a way to get there, and we figured out a way to live there. But I mean, we still got to get technology along to sustain us life there. You know, so. But getting on to John Force, I hope John pulls through this. But you know, John Force is like one of those guys like Dale Earnhardt, Steve. You know, they're larger than life. You ever heard that term, larger than life?
Absolutely, yes.
You know, John Force is not a human being. He's actually an entity. And same way with Dale Earnhardt, all the big race guys, you know, that over the years. And, you know, when people picture John Force, I mean, the diehard race guys, the guys that watch drag racing, they don't see the John Force in, you know, these commercials. It's all, you know, clean and spiffed up and stuff. They picture John Force as this guy getting out of a dragster. He's got the suit on. He's all got soot all over his face. You know, I don't know, how many times has anybody ever seen John Force when his kids win a race? He pulls up on a little scooter, and here he is. He's got his arms on his suit wrapped around his waist. He's got soot all over his face, and he's hugging on his kids, congratulating them that they won. That is the picture of John Force, just like Dale Earnhardt. How many times has people pictured Dale Earnhardt's one of his last moments before he stepped in the car at Daytona, hugging his son and hugging his wife and kids?
Right.
That's the picture that everybody gets. And those guys are larger than life. I mean, like Rusty Wallace. Rusty Wallace is one of those drivers. You know, he was an entity. Thank God Rusty's still around. He's still hanging out. You know, but I hope John pulls through it. But it's one of those things. We all look at those people larger than life. I mean, Michael Jordan, larger than life. You know, and he's still alive. I mean, but it's one of those things that people don't look at. You know, that we have the image of these folks. We see them on TV. We've seen them in person. We go and watch what they do. But they're, you know, they have their reputation will live on even after they're gone. So, but drag racing's dangerous. It ain't nothing to play with. Taking a 300-mile hit on the noggin, something's got to fail. I mean, humans fail. We're designed that way, and that's just the way it is. I hope he pulls through it, though. But he's a pretty old guy. I mean, as far as his age, I mean, rebounding back that's going to be a tough thing. When you're 75 years old, you don't just, like, hop out of the car and go where you need to go, you know. Like Eskimo Mom said earlier, traumas, be it from fire or whatever, and sudden impact, whatever. I mean, it takes a long time to rebound, and it is kind of strange that the family hasn't talked much about it, John himself hasn't issued a statement. That's the funny thing about it. So, but we're hoping and praying everything goes okay for him. I heard a little bit yesterday of your call with Q-Ball, and y'all were talking about the CNG truck, Steve. Remember
yes,
that one?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. Q-Ball is right. That CNG stuff, man, I think that they need, with those kind of trucks, they need a little bit more stuff that's saying, what's going on with the truck as far as on the outside. CNG, when you see the trucks coming down the road, the tanks are behind the cab. There's just a little bit of placarding here and there, but nothing's huge. I mean, they don't, they don't process the danger enough as far as their signage on the side of the truck. I think they need to look at that a little bit more. I think they need to look at the systems that they use to shut them off, like you said, to vent the pressure off of them. That was an interesting call when he was talking about the stacks being down on the ground. That's one of my big fans. I'm not a big fan of DEF. I never have been, never will be. But putting a grass burner, as we used to call them, grass burner exhaust, I don't know how they did that. The only thing I can think of is with all the new trucks, they wanted everything to be more sleeker, and the only way to do it was get the exhaust out of the equation. I don't know why they couldn't have built fairings around the exhausts, because I have seen that before in the past. I don't know. It's just, I do agree with him that companies don't put enough emphasis on drivers, and they need to, for driver safety. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me, and catch you later.
All right, have a great day. Another day, another dollar. Off to work we go, right? We'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, a couple of other industry updates. What do we have here? A former WWE wrestler. Wonder if Brother Rambler recognizes this name. He follows that WWE stuff. Former WWE wrestler arrested earlier this month after stabbing a man while working as a security guard at a Love's Travel Center. Skaggs, also known as Too Cold Scorpio and Flash Funk, arrested on June 15th at the Love's Travel Stop in Kansas City, Missouri. According to Penn Live, Skaggs was working as a security guard at the truck stop when he saw a man lighting a cigarette inside the building and told him you can't smoke inside. Skaggs says the man threatened him. And I guess the wrestling started. The two wrestled outside before Skaggs pulled out a knife and stabbed the guy in self-defense, as he put it. But that didn't end the fight. Skaggs said he had to stab the man a few more times before the altercation was over. The man was taken to the hospital after police found him bleeding from his head, chest, buttocks, legs, and abdomen. The man was, they say, in and out of consciousness while being transported to the hospital. The stabbed man's condition is not known. Unclear if he was actually a truck driver or not. But 58-year-old Skaggs was arrested, charged with 2 felonies. He has since been released on bond and is now scheduled to return to court next month. That's all the info we have, and that was from CDL Life. But Too Cold Scorpio, or Flash Funk. So he's 58 now. I don't know how many years ago that would have been. A former WWE wrestler. Meanwhile, FedEx has permanently retired 22 Boeing 757-200 freighter aircraft as part of their downsizing campaign to better align the air fleet with slower parcel demand. Yeah, that was part of their announcement on Tuesday, along with their fourth quarter earnings that exceeded analyst expectations, which did bode very well for their stock that day. I think, what was it, up 17%? The integrated logistics company said it took a $157 million impairment charge for permanently deactivating the 757 cargo jets along with 7 engines. Last year's fourth quarter results included a $70 million write-off for the retirement of 18 aging MD-11 freighters and 34 related engines. A little more on FedEx as they're looking to get things right-sized after the news break.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The U.S. Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heatwave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins, behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Grand National Point races have reached the 30% mark, more or less. The Hot Shot Secret Bonus Series, more like 60%. And once more, the winners will have misty watercolor memories from Toma. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. For the third consecutive weekend, Grand National polling was unceremoniously interrupted by precipitation. This time, it was the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals that got caught in the rinse-repeat cycle as heavy rains fell for significant periods during much of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and misted for nearly every one of its off hours. In the end, however, just one session on Friday night was called off, and those hardy fans with three-day bans witnessed at least one of every division in this, the 49th year of the upper Midwestern spectacle of horsepower that is Toma, Wisconsin. This week and next, let's talk about the state of the points races, both for the 2024 Grand National Championships and the 2024 Hot Shot Secret Challenge, which is already 3 events into its slate of 5. In light superstock, these standings coincide after 4 hooks across Benson, North Carolina, and Toma. Defending champion Terry Blackburn and considered armed and dangerous leads by a single point over Scott Whitworth's circuit sophomore Yield Express, and by 2 over Marcus Wedelson's Gunpowder and Lead on the strength of Blackburn's second-place finish in Toma on Friday. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, the 3-time champ Triple Bypass and Colin Ross leads the champ standings by 4 with a win each in Hutchinson, Minnesota, and Toma. But only Toma counts toward the challenge, and there Kent Payne's Super Rooster holds a first and a third to lead by 5 after Ross had to scratch Bypass from competition on Saturday. In Superstock Open, the 2 charts have yet to diverge, with the 4 hooks coming at challenge events Benson and Toma. Your leader is the fully loaded B-Tech-sponsored John Deere of Jeff Hodem, who has yet to win but has been second in his first 3 appearances preceding a Saturday afternoon 6th. Blackbourne's Extremely Armed and Dangerous is second, 3-back, and Bob Gansmere's Rotten Deer third at -4. In High Torque Super Farm, no action at Toma, and so the table matches the order of finish in the surviving session at Farley, Iowa. Ryan Anderson's Green Galvanized Stair-sponsored Checkin' Out 1256 IH is your leader by 1 over Dan Schulte's Binder Express and by 2 over the returning champ Deer Tracks of the Freezes. And in Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the division has gotten equal parts work and rest after losing 1 session each over Farley, Hutch, and Toma. But 8 appearances into a 22-hook campaign, it's the injected funds of Brent Meyer back on top by 7 over the Mac Trailer team's Mac Daddy and by 8 over New Brunswick Canadian Chance McGrath's Last Chance 2. Same order for the Hot Shot Secret Challenge. We'll visit the remaining races in the 2024 Grand National and Hot Shot Secret Challenge bonus series standings in next week's report. A reminder that you can catch all 13 divisions of the Hot Shot Secret Challenge bonus series in action at upcoming polls in Rockwall, Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals on August 1st through the 3rd, and in Bowling Green, Ohio at the National Tractor Pulling Championships from August 15th through the 17th. And follow these races all year long on the standings page at ntpapull.com. While the GN circuit is on hiatus until the Lions Super Bowl of the South in 3 weeks, you can catch NTPA Championship pulling action at regional events. This week, a big 3-day pull in Arcola, Indiana, Thursday through Saturday, June 27th through the 29th. And on Thursday in Cadiz, Ohio, and next Monday in both Rushville, Indiana, and Marion, Ohio. NTPAPULL.com for class and location information. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Another update, another week. Let me see. So indeed, they did have a lot of rain there in the Budweiser Dairyland Nationals, but most of the action did take place, amazingly. Let me see. I just got an email from Santa Claus. Guess that worldwide tour is underway. No, it's not necessarily worldwide. It's the top of the morning, 62 degrees here just outside of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Now, I just left a rather lengthy message on Facebook. Essentially, I explained my current road trip with Mrs. Claus. We will be re-entering the USA through either Niagara Falls or Detroit. Then we're going to kind of zigzag our way back to the left coast. Any suggestions on must-see or must-do activities, county fairs, or skinny roads would be greatly appreciated. I'm pretty sure we'll be in your city in about 2 weeks. And if you and the princess are available, we'd love to take you to a local restaurant or coffee shop. Up until now, we've been doing the family and friends visiting thing. All right, so the big tour. All right, for now, Santa Claus out. Out there seeing the sights around the country. I'm trying to remember that last time you took a road trip. We got several suggestions. I believe it was Eskimo Mom who called up, said something about the Entertainment Junction. And I can't recall if you actually got to get through there for that or not. I was thinking you did, but quite interesting. I did save the story a few days ago. The trains will be coming to a stop permanently at Entertainment Junction come January. Yeah, they opened this family attraction 16 years ago. Don Oders he's in his 70s now, and he's been looking to retire. He put the facility up for $6.5 million. This has been a labor of love for so many years, and a lot of really good people have put their hearts and souls into this project to make it the best family attraction possible. I've tried to find a person or maybe a group to buy the business for over 2 years now, and no takers. To have to close it all down is a real heartache for me. Entertainment Junction announced the closing now, so anyone who's interested can still visit while it is still open. In a statement, he said, "We're announcing our closing intentions now, so everyone has 6 more months to enjoy Entertainment Junction's many offerings before we close the doors. Those folks who love Entertainment Junction and want to visit again, you do have a chance. And for those who have always wanted to see Entertainment Junction but haven't, we wanted to give you an opportunity to visit before we close the doors as well. Looks like the venue will still be holding Everything Thomas in the month of August, what they call Jack-O-Lantern Junction in the fall, and Christmas at the Junction in December. Now, they do say parties and events that have been booked will go on as planned up until January, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. Sundance, what's happening out there?
Hey, not much, Mr. Summers. Hey, I got an idea for that train place you was just talking about. And I've seen it done down when I used to live in South Carolina. They run a contest, and you write a story why you want to own that business, and then they set it at like $300 for entry fee.
Yeah.
And then they try to get like 1,000 people to take it, and then they pick the best story and go with that person, and they get it for $300, and they made their money. You know what I'm saying?
It's a pretty cool place. I've never. I mean, I'm one of those people who, over the years, have wanted to get up there. I loved the model trains and all that stuff as a kid. Christmas time, your grandpa would take you down to see the model trains, and this is a really, really extravagant display of model, and it's grown where they got the cafes and restaurants, all kind of stuff to do. I can't imagine nobody'd want to buy it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can't afford it. That's our problem. And I mean, for it to just go away, that's just sad.
Yeah.
When we could, use this opportunity, like, a contest, a raffle ticket or whatever, sell so many raffle tickets, you get the business, whatever. But I like the letter. It's a little bit more personal, and you get better quality, I think, owner that way.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my question is on tonight's debate later. I want to know from the Republicans, what y'all want from Donald Trump? What do y'all want Donald Trump to do if he becomes president again? What do you want him to do?
Well, exactly what he did when he was president the first time.
Well, that's not going to work, because America fired him for that. When he did it the first time, they fired him.
No, that's not correct.
Got to come up with something new.
Not correct. I mean, all those policies that he had in place, he's going to, obviously the border is a top priority.
Right. Oh, wait a minute, on the border. Now, he's for building a wall, right?
He's always been for building the wall. Yeah, we were in the process of it.
Okay. All right. So you remember when people were donating money to some fund he had with Steve Bannon?
Yeah, that was Steve.
Remember that fund?
Steve, yes, he was. I don't know why he pardoned him for that. I understand. Bannon did some bad things, didn't he?
Yeah. It was a fund to build the wall, and Mr. Bannon was stealing the money. And unlike Hunter Biden, who's not going to get a pardon from Joe, Steve Bannon did get a pardon from the president. And there we go. So, I mean, see, stuff like that is what's really going to take the independence. They're not going to come for y'all. That's, I mean, let me ask you something, Steve. Have you ever fired an employee and then thought later on, man, I need to get him back?
I have not really ever been in a position to hire or fire, per se.
Oh, okay. I got you. Well, I have, and I've never fired anybody that I went back and tried to get them back to work for me. You know why? Because then they have too much power over you. They know you need them then. And if Donald Trump thinks we need him now, if he gets reelected.
Well,
we don't need Donald Trump.
We do.
No, we need RFK at the minimum. We don't need Joe Biden.
Well, okay.
We don't need Donald Trump.
RFK is just as left as Joe Biden. There's a very limited handful of things that I would agree with RFK on, but he's all about the anti-gun grab. He's all about the climate change bull crap. He ain't no better than Joe Biden. Okay. But I will grant you this.
Okay,
will grant you this, that Donald Trump said that RFK should be in the next debate.
In the next one, not this one?
Well, I mean, he's not eligible for this one, but Trump said he should be in the next debate.
Okay, well.
Maybe you'll get
that's fine. I mean, I'll take it whenever.
Maybe we'll all get an opportunity to hear from RFK.
Well, yeah, okay. And then, so, now you know what Trump's stance is on gun control?
He is pro-Second Amendment. He is endorsed by the NRA. Okay. He spoke at their convention. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, he's when he was president, they asked him a question about if we had a problem with guns, what's the action to take? He said, confiscate all the guns and then go through the court system. And you can look it up, that Donald Trump said that out of his mouth as president of the United States. That's the problem we got with Donald Trump. Once he gets in there this time,
Sundance. I mean,
he said though.
You realize if I don't know what sort of context you're taking that out of. I've never heard that statement. He would not be endorsed by the
national. You can look it up.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't know what kind of context you're taking it out of. Okay, for crying. Would the NRA endorse anyone that would actually legitimately feel that way? No. Would Gun Owners of America endorse someone that had those sort of sentiments? Really? Yeah, you're grasping for straws. You're grasping. All right. Coming soon, probably to our neck of the woods. Well, if we get 4 more years of Joe Biden, I can all but damn well guarantee this is coming our way. Denmark will be the first. They're going to tax livestock farmers for the greenhouse gases emitted by the cows, the sheep, and the pigs. From 2030, the first country to do so as they target a major source of methane emissions, one of the most potent gases contributing to global warming. The aim is to reduce Danish greenhouse gas by 70% from 1990 levels by the year 2030. As of 2030, Danish livestock farmers will be taxed 300 kroner or $43 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. The tax will increase to 750 kroner or $108 by 2035. However, because of an income tax deduction of 60%, the actual cost per ton will start at $17.30 and increase by the year 2035. Although carbon dioxide typically gets more attention for its role in climate change, methane traps about 87 times more heat on a 20-year timescale, according to NOAA. Levels of methane, which is emitted from sources including landfills, oil and natural gas systems, and livestock, have increased particularly quickly in the last 4 years. Livestock account for about 32% of human-caused methane emissions, according to the United Nations Environment Program. We're going to take a big step closer in becoming climate neutral in 2045. Denmark will be the first country in the world to introduce a real CO2 tax on agriculture, and hope other countries will follow suit, they say. Now, New Zealand has passed a similar law that's due to take effect next year, but the legislation was removed from the statute book on Wednesday after hefty criticism from farmers and a change of government at the 2023 election from a center-left ruling bloc to a center-right one. New Zealand said they will exclude agriculture from their emissions trading scheme in favor of exploring other ways to reduce methane. Among all the methane from raising livestock, some 90% comes from the way they digest through fermentation and is released as burps through their mouths. Cows make up most of the belched methane. Most of the remaining 10% comes from manure ponds on both pig and cattle operations. In Denmark, the deal was reached late Monday between the center-right government and representatives of farmers, the industry, unions, among others. Their move after months of protest by farmers across Europe against climate change mitigation measures. Regulations, they say, are driving them into bankruptcy. All right, the typical Danish cow produces 6 metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year. So what's that going to cost you per cow? According to the Statistic Denmark, there was, as of June 30th, 22, 1,484,000 plus cows in the Scandinavian country. It's a lot of tax money, isn't it? Yeah, it's 8 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes in stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new. Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Back at it here. I'm not exactly sure if it's going to go anywhere. Probably not. But you got some of these spending bills. House Republicans approved a measure this past day to prohibit money that would fund the Department of Homeland Security from going to the salary of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. This was an amendment to the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Bill for fiscal 2025, led by Representative Andy Biggs, would prevent any funding in the bill from being used for Mayorkas' salary. Mayorkas, who was impeached earlier this year, doesn't deserve a single penny from the American taxpayers, says Biggs. The House had voted to impeach Mayorkas in February. Of course, the Senate dismissed the pair of articles in April. Now, the vote on Biggs' amendment passed 193 to 173, obviously, for the most part, along party lines. It's probably going to be the same thing, right? When you get these spending bills, you get a Senate version, you get a House version. No doubt the Senate version is not going to strip his salary. So then when you have disparities between the two, the two sides have to get together and come to an agreement. The Senate side is never going to allow any sort of penalty or punishment for Alejandro Mayorkas. All right, let's see what's going on with Senor Heatwave this morning.
Good morning, Senor. How are you today?
Doing well. Where are we rolling through tonight? We still in Utah or?
No. I made it home earlier this morning. I'm now heading to Denver. I'm on the south side of Santa Fe. So my night just started. Sundance. Do you like spending more money and getting less product for the more money you're spending? Do you enjoy the insanity that's going on in D.C. right now? You weren't spending that damn kind of money when Trump was in office. And if you tell me you're making more money now than you ever have, you're a damn liar. Enough of that nonsense. Just when you think that guy has common sense, he winds up making an ass out of himself. It is nonsense. Well, he said he's going to take guns away. In what context? And right, the NRA is not going to support anybody that would do away with your right to own a gun if you can legally do so.
I did see Roki just made a comment here via the Facebook feed. He said Trump did say take the guns first. He was talking about dangerous individuals at a school safety and gun violence meeting. Take the guns from the dangerous individuals. So but the fact that the NRA, he spoke at the NRA convention here just a couple months ago,
Yes. Well, see, and that is typical leftist ideology to twist and take out of context anything anyone says. He'll probably say something about me that's going to be twisted and sick. And I might like it. Hell, you never know.
Hey, I'm looking at the clock. We got to pause there. Be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
From Feature Storing News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The U.S. Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heatwave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins, behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defence. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defence.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the US Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. Pakistan is braced for several more days of an intense heat wave, which has already hospitalized thousands of people. And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court as his hearing formally begins. That's the latest feature story news. Sally.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, there you go. So we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So all on the same page, welcome into Thursday, Presidential Debate Day. And as I mentioned to Sundance, former President Trump said he wouldn't mind seeing RFK Jr. end up on one of the future debate stages, but said RFK Jr. just doesn't have the poll numbers to qualify. I don't think he has to, Trump says. I'd like him to participate all the same. I wouldn't mind. But I don't think he has the polling numbers to get there. He's got to show that, first of all, he needs 15%. He's not even close to that. I see numbers 5, 7, 8. He's doing pretty poorly. Actually, he seems to be fading rather fast. Of course, eliminated from tonight's debate after his campaign did not meet CNN's requirements concerning polling numbers and potential electoral college votes. To qualify for tonight's debate, the first of the year, or this election cycle, you have to have 15% in support in 4 approved national polls. Kennedy met that criteria in 3 polls, supposedly. They also require candidates to be on ballots in enough states to win 270 electoral college votes. Kennedy's current totals show he would reach less than 100. All right, Kennedy's campaign has filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission after CNN confirmed last week he did not qualify for tonight's debate. And he claimed all CNN staffers involved in the event are subject to serious jail time. My exclusion by Biden and Trump from the debate is undemocratic, un-American, and cowardly, he said. Meanwhile, Trump kind of doubled down on comments he made during his rally in Philadelphia last weekend about Kennedy's political leanings. He's a very liberal guy. And conservatives have to understand how liberal he is. Now, Trump labeled Kennedy as a total fake, who's actually more liberal than Joe Biden and all these communists that work for him. Okay, but he also said Saturday he should be included in the CNN debate. So he did say that. Let him on the stage, and I guess, yeah, he can prove just how liberal he actually is. Sundance, you might actually get your wish at some point in time. All right, back to Senor Heatwave. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you for allowing me to hang on there. Appreciate it. Alicia says thank you to all for y'all's birthday wishes for her. She wasn't real thrilled with me doing that video there, but I left it kind of ambiguous, She's like, you're just going to take a photo? Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or you're not going to post it anywhere, are you? No. Of course. So anyway, yeah, she does appreciate it. She's just a little shy. My cousin, country music singer, songwriter, and manager, T.C. Taylor, I was talking to him the other day, and I talked to him about maybe calling up the show and, just talking about his music and what he's done and, how his music can be gotten by those who enjoy country music. And he said he would try to make the phone call in to talk to you soon, I hope. But that's one thing there. And if anybody needs to know or wants to know who this character is, just go ahead and go online and Google his name, T.C. Taylor, Taylor. So, he seems pretty good. I mean, he's got several albums out there, and I think he just released another one this past February. It's just not a whole lot of distribution stores out here, and so I mean, you can get his songs online. He's really very good. Now that idiot up there in New York, Jay Benson or whatever the hell his name is, griping, crying, and complaining that it was money that got him out of office. No, DA, I think it was because of your actions and your words. He did not listen to his constituents. So, I mean, if you don't listen to your constituents, your butt's going to get voted out and someone else is going to get voted in. And all I could say is, yeah, 2 years, huh? That's the shortest term I ever heard for someone being in government.
And I mean, dollars and cents wise, I think I shared last evening, Politico said that this was the most expensive, and this was just a primary, the most expensive House primary ever in history, in U.S. history.
Well, no one says you can only spend a certain amount. And he's bitching about, well, it's the lies by my competitor or by my, it's like, well, wait a minute. Ain't that what you do already to begin with? You're trying to influence people with your lies? So, I mean, he was saying that the atrocities committed to the women and children starting October 7th
they didn't happen.
Israel.
They didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. A denier. Oh, well, guess what? They did happen. Well, I'm sorry about that, kind of,
And it's not like
a left-handed
and it's not like it was even close. It wasn't like a 1% or 2%. He lost by 17%. I mean, he was trounced.
Right. What the poll number said. Yep. So I mean, if he's going to blame anybody, he needs to look in the mirror and point his finger to their reflection and say, "You were a dumbass. You shouldn't have done what you did and said what you said." So, anyways, I'm listening to the news at the house before I took off, and it seems like the fires that ravaged Ruidoso, New Mexico, was arson.
Correct.
Yeah, so, we got enough homegrown idiots of our own here, but I mean, Ruidoso is not that far from the Mexican border. I mean, it's not going to take a whole lot of people to climb over the fence or whatever it is that they got to go over or through. I know the Rio Grande's running pretty good, but I mean, that's kind of hit and miss most times. But I mean, let's wait until we see what these people were that set this thing on fire. If it's our own homegrown idiots, then they deserve the death penalty because it killed 2 people. And they had a list of 80 that were missing in action, and they, like you said, they got it pared down to 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's good, but I mean still, anyone who dies, it's sad. It really is. So I mean, you've already got 2 that got killed in this. So in my heart of hearts, I believe that anytime you deliberately do this, you deserve the death penalty. Unfortunately, here in New Mexico, we don't have it. But since this was set in a forested area that I think is purview to the federal government, control, maybe they can get whoever it was on a federal case and go, death penalty that way. But, I mean, if it is the result of illegal aliens coming across, trying to cook their stuff, or just, nefarious actions, let's have these gringos spend their money on something, like, taking care of a forest fire.
Right.
Well, they deserve to be under, the death penalty as well. And I still don't understand why the state could not request. I mean, hell, we got 3 or 4 damn firefighting jets here. The Rio Grande has got water. Elephant Butte's not that far away, flight-wise. If we had the helicopters or the skimmers or whatnot, they could have gone to Elephant Butte, sucked up the water, flown back over there over the fire, and dropped it. And Philip was talking about, the engines not being able to take the debris and whatnot, especially the helicopters. Well, you remember Carter sent, 7 or 8 53 helicopters, Model 53 helicopters, to Iran to rescue the hostages. And it was a complete failure. And the reason why is because the engines were sucking up that sand in the intake. And those engines are so hot when they're running that it was turning that sand into glass, and it coated the variable fans and whatnot that are inside the vanes. So that caused everything to, crash and burn, unfortunately. However, from that experience, they did make a plumbing system that is over the intakes of the engine. And what that plumbing system does is whatever debris comes in gets shot off to the side of the engine. It doesn't go in the engine. It gets hell, I can't, I'm going on fumes here trying to remember how these things work. But it's a system of small holes that has a plastic cover on them, and there's a whole bunch of them on both of these intakes. And somehow whatever is in the air, the contaminants, do not go into the engine, but they get shot off to the side. So there's no contaminants going into these engines of the 53 helicopters. So, and the H-3 had the same thing. Unfortunately, the Hueys don't have that. I mean, whatever goes in goes right out because it's an open system. But seriously, why they didn't go ahead and just do an airdrop of the water before this got out of hand? And it's like, why do we have to wait until something catastrophic happens before it is said, hey, we need to do something? Yeah, I'm sure those people that own those 500 businesses and houses there in Ruidoso that's now smoldering ash, they're probably wondering the same thing. Why wasn't something done sooner when you knew the terrain was bad enough where you couldn't use ground equipment to put this fire out? Well, other than that, I'm done preaching for tonight. I'm excited about tonight's debate. And I did mention something about $1 to a donut, that there's going to be more viewers watching the simulcast on Fox than there would actually be watching CNN. And, of course, I referenced Pappy in there because, dollars and donuts now. So he has a great interest in both of them, but I think donuts more. So,
I mean,
all righty, senor, I'm out of here.
I was thinking, the debate is on CNN. It's not going to be simulcast on others, is it? I mean, can you watch it on Fox or
Yes.
ABC or?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, it is going to be on Fox. Yes.
Okay.
Fox News. Yep. So,
I did not
and
realize that.
I'm going to be. Yep. So, and I'm going to be listening to it on XM. I've got my XM with me in the truck. But yeah, if you have was it DirecTV? I think it's channel 360, and that's going to be the one where you get like Gutfeld, Jesse Waters, Hannity, Laura Ingraham. They're all on that same channel. So yes, it is going to be simulcast.
Okay. Very interesting. Well, thank you for the heads up there, Senor Heatwave. We'll be back right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I did a quick Google search, as they say. And I guess this was from USA Today, which says after an explosive first debate in 2020, no one knows how the showdown between Joe Biden and Donald Trump will shake out Thursday. 4 years later is unique in its timing. Presidential debates usually happen in September and October, after the candidates have been formally nominated. Trump could try to pin Biden on his age, issues related to inflation and immigration. Biden could also pull the age card on Trump, who's 78. Plus, Biden's likely to press Trump on his criminal conviction and his stance on abortion. No doubt that'll be part of the deal. All right, what do you need to know? Thursday, June 27. Yes, tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Time is when this gets underway. That says here it will air live on CNN, CNN International, CNN in Espanol, and CNN Max. Doesn't say anything about the possibility of like simulcast, but I'll see if I can find any. I had not heard that to date. That's why everybody's saying this will be the biggest night of CNN viewing in history. If you had other options, it wouldn't be the big night. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, well, Lester Holt was promoting it being on NBC at 9 o'clock.
Really? Like everybody's going to carry it?
I'm thinking that might be the case. It might be like a regular presidential be on TV thing, like it used to be. You know, you got your choice of 3 channels, and the president's on every one of them.
All 3 of them. Okay, that's interesting.
So anyways, I don't know, but as I say, when I was trying to watch the local news there for the weather, see what we were getting here, as I say, Lester Holt had a little spot there saying, talking about the debate being on at 9 o'clock. So I was kind of assuming that meant that NBC was going to be carrying it. So, so I was a little confused there a little bit earlier there. You were talking about Santa Claus there doing this worldwide tour and wanting to know where to go. Doesn't Santa Claus already know where everybody is and who's naughty and nice? And doesn't he usually do his world trip in like one night?
Yeah, right.
What's this dragging this out crap? I mean, he should be getting this all done in one night, one overnight there, and be done and back. I don't understand. But anyways, so what else did we have going? I don't know. I got a broken trailer, so got a hydraulic line that broke on me, so I can't flow hydraulic oil to offload my trailer. So we're kind of done for the night, Your Honor.
Oh, really?
Taking it to a shop and parking it so that when they show up at 8 o'clock in the morning, they can start working on it. But yeah, for the overnight, we're done. We're done working, other than getting the truck back to the shop here at this point. So not much we can do. Not much of a Band-Aid you can put on a hydraulic line. Can't wrap it up with duct tape or something. But anyways, there. So I don't know. We've had some good storms roll through. Evening started out there. I don't know. It's about 8 o'clock. I headed out last night. There it was still 85 degrees, and I guess Baltimore, they matched their record of 99 for yesterday. So it was kind of toasty around the mid-Atlantic Baltimore area. And I don't know, somewhere through the night there, about the time you started, I realized I was getting cold in the truck. I reached down and changed to climate control to be a little warmer than all the way over on deep freeze. We had it on deep freeze there. And turned it up a little bit and looked down there, and heck, the temperature's down to 71 degrees. So apparently that front pushed its way through there, but it almost a 15-degree change in temperature there pretty immediately. So anyways, there's still little spotty showers around every now and then, but they said by the 5 o'clock hour there, most all the rain was supposed to be pushed out of the Baltimore area, pushed either east or north, and so anyways,
you should feel
working on doing that.
Kind of like, you should be downright refreshing later today. We had been in the 70 plus range overnights till that front. At 63 outside the bunker at this hour. That's kind of the air coming your way.
Yeah, well, you got to have your coat on by now, don't you? Maybe you have to go out and get in that 85-degree pool to warm up. But you better look at turning on your news there. Get your bottom of the hour break started.
It is that time. All righty. So let me see here. It is 844-844-3388. Right on cue, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Storing News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The U.S. Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heat wave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The Chief Minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, back at it here. Quite honestly, I'm not all that jazzed up about the Olympic Games coming up next month. But I saw an announcement yesterday where the U.S. media giant NBC Universal announced they're going to use the artificial intelligence version of a legendary sports broadcaster to narrate personalized daily recaps of those games. Narration by Hall of Fame announcer Al Michaels, generated using artificial intelligence, will voice the recaps that will be personalized to individual viewers of NBC's Peacock streaming service. Of course, well-known broadcaster Michaels has worked a combined 9 Olympic Games for NBC Sports and ABC Sports over his career. Now, Al's still with us. He said, when I was approached about this, I was skeptical, but obviously curious, he said. Then I saw a demonstration detailing what they had in mind, and I said, I'm in. The AI was trained on the voice of Michaels along with his past appearances on NBC broadcasts, according to the company. We're bringing the best of sports together with the best of technology to deliver a personalized Olympics experience in a way that's never been possible before. Now, this collaboration with Michaels, at the same time as musicians and actors and others whose livelihoods depend on their likenesses or their voices, are striving to make sure artificial intelligence models are not trained on such material without their permission. NBC Universal estimated that nearly 7 million different personalized versions of the daily Olympic recap could be streamed across the United States during the games in Paris. The technology will mine NBC sports clips to create daily playlists showcasing top moments from the previous 24 hours and tease what's in store for the day ahead. Now, they said a team at NBC Universal editors will review all the content for accuracy and quality assurance. Okay, NBC and Peacock will present live coverage of the Olympic Games, starting with the opening ceremony on July the 26th. Artificial intelligence. So you might hear it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the real thing. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Is it live or is it Memorex?
Bingo.
Yeah. So does that mean Al Michaels will be getting royalties for his likeness being used for that broadcasting and any future rebroadcasting?
Yeah.
Will he receive royalties for that?
I would say he sure as hell ain't going to be letting them do it for nothing.
There you go. So, and of course, don't forget that AI there, they actually are releasing a new album for Randy Travis, who, because of his stroke, isn't able to sing, but they're actually went back and took parts of his voice from pretty much everything that he'd done, and then has another singer singing the song in his mannerism, and then it's going to be overlaid AI to be Randy Travis's voice on her new upcoming to be released album. So go figure. You're going to be hearing Randy Travis, but his old Randy Travis is made into new Randy Travis by using somebody else's voice. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so can we question the Supreme Court, and how does this leakage happen? Apparently, with abortion issues. Wasn't it the Roe versus Wade thing here a couple years ago that we had the leakage out that caused a whole bunch of issues?
And it's like, hey, we did it again.
Yeah, how does this happen, Your Honor? Who gets fired for this? It shouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I'd say to fire the whole court, but then I guess President Biden would have 9 justices to put back in. If I don't know. Unbelievable though, but it seems to always be on this one issue. How is it that we don't have these leakages on other
everything else? Yeah,
just curiosity, but anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you. As I say, not a whole lot going on here in my side of the world. Actually, I haven't had wipers on here for probably half an hour, so I don't know if the rain showers have gotten to the point that the last of the few cells are pushing out, or if there's still a few more to come through. It looks pretty cloudy and everything, but other than that, I think we about got it covered here for tonight, and I guess we'll see what happens and where the debate goes, and if the world survives the debate, and nobody's to find out whose heads explode and all that, and I guess we'll be back at it again after the midnight hour, again tonight, tomorrow morning, and all that. So other than that, we'll let you get out and do some due diligence, see what you can find out there.
There you go. All right. Thank you for chiming in. I guess enjoy your that will be an abbreviated night, right? Since taking the truck into the shop. Well, Grasshopper.
Good morning, Steve. Let's start out with the animals you talk about and spitting out methane. What about the volcanoes and the ocean and putting out methane? These governments are ate up. Anyway, as far as Santa Cruz goes, we went out west for 2 weeks. Went to Devil's Tower and the Arches in Moab. Those were really cool. I've never been to those. So there's a couple of suggestions for him. What else did I have? Oh, did you touch on the FedEx? Because that's who I work for, FedEx Freight. But did you touch on their possibility of selling us?
You know what? I mentioned the fact that they've grounded a bunch of those planes and whatnot, cutting costs, but yeah, some were in the mix. I think it did. They said they're looking at maybe selling. What division was it?
The freight division.
Okay.
So they can just concentrate on the package division. But it costs like $30 billion to buy us out. And so nobody has that kind of money. So I don't know. It was on Bloomberg yesterday, so they announced that for some reason. I don't know if that's to raise their stocks or what, but I remember we American Freightways and FedEx bought us out. Nothing really changed, but I don't know. I'm not too concerned about it.
The freight, right at the tail end of the freight waves, it was Freight Waves this past day that said management has also said they're assessing the role of FedEx Freight in the company's portfolio structure and how to improve shareholder value. The statement suggests the company may be open to the idea of spinning off the less-than-truckload division, among other options.
Yeah, I did read that part, too. But there's another part that said that they threw it out there that they could also sell us, but I don't know. You never know what we're going to do. I'm getting too close to retirement to worry about it. I've been here for 29 years. Been listening to you and your dad for probably close to 35 to 40. I don't know. When did your dad start?
84 is when he first kicked it off.
84.
Yeah.
All right. I started driving around 84 or 85. As soon as I turned 21, I started hauling grain. Of course, I worked a lot of days, but I got turned on to him, listened to him when I started working nights. And first time I called you Bozo because you sounded just like him. I didn't know your dad had quit. It's like it was amazing how much you guys sound alike. And but yeah, that trip out west was pretty enjoyable. I went with my brother-in-law, and he said, "You can do all the driving you want because that's all I ever did." So he did.
So I mean, driving for a living, and you opted for a 2-week road trip, no less.
Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. His driving wasn't as good as I would have expected out of myself, but I didn't say anything about his driving. But I don't know. He doesn't scan ahead. He just focuses on what's on in front of him. It's like if you're coming up on a big truck and you know you're going to go faster than him, he probably ought to go ahead and hit the hammer lane, 5-6 truck lengths back, and then but he'll wait till he gets right up. Then he gets pinched in. It's like, now you got to jam on the brakes, or you got to let all these cars around you. And it's like, I guess that comes with 40 years of driving,
Yeah.
Like you learn to scan way ahead of you, not just what's in front of you. Yeah. So how's it going? All okay?
Hey, doing well. I guess getting ready for big 4th of July week coming up here.
Yeah, they said we're going to work, but they said it's going to be limited. So I'm hoping I can get it off and take a 4-day weekend. Are you working Friday night? No, you don't work Fridays. Never mind. You're working Thursday night?
I'll be here, actually Monday morning and Tuesday morning of next week. So I basically just took Wednesday off and Friday off, and that gave me like a 5-day weekend.
Nice.
Yep.
Hope it's nice for that swimming pool, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's about all I got for you this Sunday.
Thank you for the update there. Glad you enjoyed your time on the road. And, if you'd have said anything to your brother about his driving, he'd have probably said, all right, you sit your ass in the seat and you drive. Right? What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? I'll have you know that I am relieved. I'm relieved, Steve. They're going to have 26 fact checkers.
26, 29, something. Yeah, the New York Times, they're sure to get it right.
See, these fact checkers, man, I should call them fact liars. Because every time they say it's a lie, if you scroll down, they admit that they're lying. Like if Trump says, hey, man, there's been 6 million border crossers, since big guy's been in office.
No,
they're going to come back
false.
and say, that's a lie. Fact checkers prove that's a lie. It was only 5,999,999. Wasn't 6 million. And, hey, I scrolled through on the TV to look at the 9 p.m. schedule for tomorrow.
Okay.
And yes, Fox does have it on all 3 major networks.
Really?
Yes, sir. Bongino was talking today that he is going to have a live podcast on Rumble. So, like he's going to have it, and I guess have a little commentary while it's going on. That should be interesting. Steve, here's the thing, man. And it's sad to say this, but I would say there's a 99.9% chance that they're giving the big guys a question, man.
Yes.
He knows what they're going to ask. And I said, like last night, I wouldn't doubt it if they got some implant in his head.
Yeah.
In his ear somehow, that it can't be seen. Little guy with a microphone. It might be a big to-do of nothing, Steve. We might be talking tomorrow night, and you'll get through it without any major blunders or anything. And there is that chance, though, man, that I guess with all the input information that's trying to go into his computer, he could have an overload in hand and just short out. It's possible. I think that's what everybody's going to be watching to see, if Biden can actually get through it or not. So I don't know. We'll see.
Can he respond cognitively, right?
Right. Hey, did you hear there was an Atlanta judge that got arrested acting a fool outside of a nightclub?
No, really?
Oh, yeah, all caught on video.
Oops.
Acting a fool. Steve, I don't know. Who was it that called in a little earlier? Was it Uberhead or talking about the 12-year-old snuck out of the house?
Right, yeah. It's she wouldn't be dead if she didn't sneak out of the house. Yeah.
Listen, man. I don't know. I need to take a deep breath here, but she wasn't some kid out vandalizing neighborhoods. And Steve, we all know 12-year-olds with 10-year-olds, teenagers, they're immune from death, right? We all thought when we were that age.
Indestructible.
Or not. Yeah. Steve, I snuck out of the house. I'm sure 90% of your listeners at some point when they were a young child, not child, but young kid, they probably snuck out of the house. We didn't end up dead. My parents didn't know I snuck out. I don't know. Trying to say and listen, I get where he's coming from. I mean, yeah, some parents these days, when you got these hoodlums out raising hell all night long, yeah, you got to ask yourself, all the parents doing, but not in this case.
Yeah.
Well, let's not get into this case. Yeah, AOC's buddy got whopped. He should have maybe pulled a fire alarm, Steve, in the middle of the vote count or something, right?
Right.
17%.
That's a trouncing.
Steve, all he could say, I don't know if you've seen some of the videos of him on stage acting a fool, throwing F-bombs out. AOC acted a fool too. All he could say was Republicans are racist. Vote for me. That's all his message was. That's all he could say. And that's what Biden's probably going to be doing tomorrow night. I think Americans are tired of hearing it, Steve. A lot of people that get it, well, how can I phrase this? A lot of conservative talk shows. I like Bongino. And what Sundance brought up about Stephen K. Bannon, I'll have to look into that, Steve. I don't know if Bannon was stealing money. That's the first I heard of that.
That was one thing that, going way back when Trump pardoned Steve Bannon, I remember Big Ed was pretty PO'd about that. Why the hell did he pardon Bannon for stealing people's money? So,
yeah, I'll have to
go to the archives.
Yeah, that just listen. Yeah, you never say never, man. It's just the way it is in this life. But for him to be affiliated and being participating in knowingly stealing funds that were going to the wall, I don't know if that's an exaggeration. What the hell went on there?
And it's been a few years now, and I can't recall if the money was being diverted to something else, or if it's being diverted is kind of the same as stealing, right? If it's not going to the intended purpose kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Did he have direct knowledge of it? Or I don't know. That's a pretty harsh allegation. If it's true, then screw Stephen K. Bannon. But man, I don't know. There's just some things Steve, sometimes people in your life, you hear things about, hey, so-and-so got arrested, or this happened to so-and-so, and sometimes you go, that doesn't surprise me, right? Or sometimes you just hear it and you're like, man, there has to be more to it than this. I just find that hard to believe. But there are people in your life, man, that, you think the world of, and also don't. You just never know, I guess, But, anywho, we'll get ready for tomorrow, man. Looking forward to it. Glad I got the night off, so I can kick back and kind of watch it, see what happens, but I don't know. I'm hoping we got a lot to talk about, but I kind of got a feeling it's going to be a big to-do about nothing. Democrats probably want him to flop, actually. That's why they're doing it so early. That way they can get him out of there.
Because, well, yeah, that or the short-term memory of the American people. If he flops early, hell, November's a long ways off, technically, when you look at the big picture.
Yes, sir.
And people do have short-term memories. All right, I did the quick search here for you, Pappy. And this is, Steve Bannon, longtime ally of former President Trump, indicted on charges of money laundering, fraud, and conspiracy, accused of cheating donors to a fundraiser to help Mr. Trump achieve his policy goal of building a wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. Prosecutors in New York allege he lied to donors and diverted some of the money to two associates. The former White House chief strategist has said he's being persecuted. He did surrender to authorities in New York. Let's see, a grand jury unsealed 6 criminal charges. Handcuffed as he walked past reporters into court, he vowed to fight back. This is what happens in the last days of a dying regime, he said. They'll never shut me up. They'll have to kill me first. But according to the indictment, Bannon told donors he was kind of a volunteer to the We Build the Wall nonprofit, which raised more than $25 million from thousands of people online. Despite his vow that not a penny would be pocketed by him or others, Bannon is said to have diverted hundreds of thousands of dollars to two associates. Federal prosecutors brought charges against Mr. Bannon and the two men. But while the other two guys pleaded guilty to the charges, Bannon received a presidential pardon on Mr. Trump's final day in office and was subsequently dropped from the case. Pardons, however, apply only to federal crimes, which we know that's the fact. Prosecutors in New York State pursued similar charges against Bannon. He acted as the architect of a multi-million-dollar scheme to defraud thousands of donors from across the country, including hundreds of residents of Manhattan, according to, lo and behold, Alvin Bragg, District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who led the probe in the statement Thursday. Okay, so that's the scoop.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The US Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions in medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Hire.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heatwave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins, behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, reaction to the release of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange after he agreed to plead guilty to one charge of contravening America's Espionage Act more than 14 years after his legal battle began. Mr. Assange had spent the last 5 years in Belmarsh prison in the UK, following 7 years that he spent in Ecuador's embassy in London, refusing to surrender to British authorities. Alan Rusbridger is the former editor of The Guardian, one of the newspapers that worked with Assange on the original WikiLeaks disclosure of American secrets in 2010.
The Australian government suddenly took a much more assertive interest in Assange, and to be honest, he had become something of an embarrassment all round. And I think Biden, or someone close to Biden, eventually thought it's just not worth it. The point has been made. It's a bit worrying that he had to cop to a charge under the Espionage Act. And that's what should worry journalists, because it has been very, very rare to use the Espionage Act directly against journalists. And I think that's going to become a more common thing. And of course, the point about that is not only do you do a long time in prison, but there's no defense. You're not allowed to mount any kind of public interest defense.
But critics of Assange are assailing the White House for agreeing to the plea deal, with former Vice President Mike Pence calling it a miscarriage of justice. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the US Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. Pakistan is braced for several more days of an intense heatwave, which has already hospitalized thousands of people. And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court as his hearing formally begins. That's the latest Feature Story News. Sally Patterson reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Get that final hour just like that underway a Thursday. Now, let me wrap things up again with the whole Bannon scenario. So, yeah, I recall distinctly going back Trump's last day in office. Yeah, Trump pardoned Mr. Bannon. And it was in regards to pretty much the same thing, the conspiracy of diverting funds from that Building the Wall fundraiser thing. So it's like you'd think there must have been something there, otherwise, why would he off? So that got him off the hook for any federal charges. So much like they did with Trump and the whole Stormy Daniels thing, Letitia James and Alvin Bragg worked hand in hand. And that wasn't until 2022. And when Bannon turned himself in that day, he slammed the indictment as nothing more than a partisan political weaponization of the criminal justice system. He alleged the new charges against him were all about 60 days, which would have been a reference to the November midterm elections there, 2022. And of course, we know separately, Bannon was found guilty of the whole contempt of Congress thing after he defied the summons from the January 6th committee. And there was actually news in regards to that just yesterday, where he's supposed to be going to jail, right? I'll see if I can pull the rest of that story up, where they're looking to scratch the whole January 6th committee, Republicans looking to scratch the whole Nancy Pelosi January 6th thing that would help prevent Bannon from going to jail. I know I saw that somewhere. I did not print that stuff up, but I'll find it for you here shortly. Let's see. Back to the phones, though, and see what's going on with Gilligan. How we doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right, Steve. Still a little light drizzle here. Oh, I'm in about 100 miles south of Winchester here. But I haven't totally been able to keep my wipers off like horse feathers. I went farther north, but I had some heavy storms coming down. It's really let up. It looks like it's moving out of this area. I'm around Stanton is where I'm at, Stanton, Virginia. Those your listeners know 81-64 area. I just passed the exit where 64 cuts east to going towards Richmond in that area. I know a lot of your listeners will recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got a little sad news on a UPS package driver. We had a gentleman that was well known in the area that they found dead. He found him unconscious in his truck and later died. I think it was yesterday. I've had this confirmed. It was on the local news and stuff. So it's a crying shame that somebody dies in his truck like that. But he was a local package car driver.
Mm-hmm.
So where he found him was right on the other side of the county, but I'd say 35, 40 minutes from where I live. So it's really local to me, Sundance was talking about why would you vote for Donald Trump? Well, pretty much doesn't do about everything that Joe Biden's done. One is secure the border, build the wall, finish the wall. I mean, come on now. We look at them two pieces of scum down there in Houston that raped and killed that poor 12-year-old girl. And I can't remember which one it was that said that she wasn't stuck out of the house, she wouldn't have got killed. Yeah, but that young girl there's no reason she should have been raped and killed because she done something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to look at that too. I mean, it's like, I know what he's getting at, but it kind of burnt me. It's like, so because she stuck out of the house, that should happen to her. I mean, I know that's not how he meant it. Don't get me wrong, but it did kind of rub me the wrong way. Pappy brought it up, and I'm pretty sure Pappy's like I am. Yeah, he thinks he didn't mean it quite like it sounded, but But anyway, well, Pappy, you are wrong on one thing. A lot of us did not sneak out of the house when we were kids like that. I know I didn't. The reason I didn't, because there was nowhere to go. I lived out in the country growing up. Yeah, you stuck out the house. What are you going to do? Over the cornfield next to the property? I mean, there was nothing to do out there in the country of a night like that. So, but
I thought all you country boys would sneak out to tip cows.
Nah, I never did any cow tipping. I've helped get a few in the fence and fed a bunch and stuff like that. Got in hay, stuff like that. I'm not a farmer. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm an old farmhand. Well, I didn't grow up on a farm. We had a pretty good sized garden and stuff, but I helped the farmers, over the years. I mean, and a lot of it's summertime, but also in the wintertime, feeding cows and mending fence and stuff like that. But, we never really went cow tipping, and I'm not so sure I've ever talked to anybody that did go cow tipping. Tell you what we did do, though. We used to take people snipe hunting. You ever hear of snipe hunting there, Steve?
I've heard of it. I don't know what the hell it is.
Well, what it is, you get some goofball that kind of like brain dead, ain't too bright, you know what I mean? And you take them out in the field, hand them a big burlap sack, right? And you get them to hold this bag down on the ground, and you tell them that they're going to catch the snipe, and you're going to drive them to them. Now, they have to stand there and hold that bag on the ground and just say, snipe, snipe, snipe. Well, one night, for a couple of friends of mine, did it to a boy. He was from down the city, rather naive. And I get that. There was things he knew that we didn't, but you know what I mean. And it was a pouring down rain. They put him out in the field like that, left him out there about an hour, and they come up to him and says, well, how many you got? Says, oh, I ain't got any in my bag. Oh, you've raised it up off the ground. Says, here, we got to put some rocks in it to hold it down, put a couple of rocks in his bag. Well, they back inside in a nice warm house watching TV, and lo and behold, they went back out about an hour later. He's standing there holding that bag, and he's hoarse from saying snipe for about 2 hours. He was not too happy when he found out snipe hunting was a big joke. But, I never got caught holding the bag, I tell you that. But I knew there was something to it when my uncle tried to kick me snipe hunting and told me I would hold the bag. And I said, no, I ain't going to hold the bag. I'll help you all drive them. So I never fell for the joke. So, well, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. And I thank you for taking the call. And I hope everybody has a safe night.
All righty. Good to hear from you, Gilligan. Thank you very much. All right. Here, I found the scoop on Bannon. I knew there was something yesterday that had come out about that. House Republicans will intervene in Steve Bannon's court case as the former Trump advisor faces prison for defying the congressional subpoena. House Speaker Mike Johnson announced Wednesday morning the House would weigh in with the federal court considering Bannon's appeal for his 4-month prison sentence. Bannon defied a subpoena from the, quote, bipartisan House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on Congress by the rioting mob of Trump supporters. The Justice Department prosecuted him for contempt of Congress, and a jury found him guilty. Bannon's attorneys argued the January 6th committee was not legitimate, partly because it only had 2 Republican members. And, of course, the House, which was then under Democrat control, defended itself in a 2022 brief. Johnson said in an emailed statement the House amicus brief would simply withdraw certain arguments made by the House earlier in the litigation. On down, let's see, the Huffington Post asked House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan, who also refused a January 6th committee subpoena, if it was odd for Republicans to dismiss Bannon's subpoena while at the same time insisting Merrick Garland obey their subpoena to turn over the tapes of the, what was that, the Her interview tapes with Joe Biden. To which Jordan responded, no, because the January 6th committee was such a joke. Of course, Bannon had asked the Supreme Court to delay his prison sentence last week while a lower court works out his appeal. If the court declines to do so, he's supposed to turn himself in next month. So that's where things stand with Steve Bannon, 17 past the hour. Hey, good morning, Monty. What's happening?
Oh, just trucking along here, Steve. You know, that Jamal Bowman up there, if you kind of take the old Jeff Foxworthy, Bill Engvall, kind of combine them, if you think a fire alarm looks like a door opener, maybe you don't belong in Congress. You know?
Bingo.
Honestly, yeah, and I mean, think about the guy he was a high school principal for like 28 or almost 30 years or something like that before becoming a congressman. Wouldn't you think that you'd seen enough of those fire alarms to know? I mean, we all know he knew what he was doing.
Absolutely.
But it's just the idea that he could play it off as that. And, you know, I got to give the folks credit in the district over there. And that's kind of a shocking thing that that's the largest amount of money ever spent on a primary race in history. I mean, that is that's kind of saying something. And you know, the other takeaway I thought from this is that, you know, these squad members kind of think they're untouchable, invincible, they're in safe districts. Well, I think Cori Bush is, I don't know if their primary is coming up here next month or whenever, August, whenever it is, but she's being challenged. She's being primary too, there in her district around St. Louis and that, Ferguson, whatever it is. And while obviously they'll be replaced with another Democrat, at least, and hopefully it'll be someone who is not as far out there as she's been with, you know, just like with him, you know, AOC and the rest of them. The other thing I ran across was, you know that, did you happen to see that Jesse Waters ran a story last night on his show about a lot of this this greenhouse, or I'm sorry, the Green Deal money that was given to all these companies that turned around, but well, they were already Biden supporters, but I mean, it was basically a money laundering thing. You remember Solyndra years ago, right?
Absolutely.
When
yes.
Obama was in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, half of $1 billion given to Solyndra and they go out of business, and it just basically a big money laundering scheme back to the DNC and stuff. And so, you know, it's just how anybody I understand there is no perfect candidate. It doesn't matter, which side. There is no perfect, and we could fault Trump for some of the stuff that he did or whatever, not knowing better or whatever the case would be. But still, Trump is head and shoulders. I mean, to me, it's not even close to this vegetable that's in the White House right now. And one thing I did hear, Jesse had Kevin McCarthy on a show last night for a few minutes. They were talking about Biden. And he said, let me tell you, he said, when I was, all my years in Congress and when I was speaker for a short time, he goes, I met with Biden several times. And he said, you never knew which Biden you were going to get. He said, I talked to the guy one time when he came back from a G7 summit. And he said, the guy was on point. He knew everybody he talked to. I mean, all the stuff they talked about. And he said, the next day I went up there about something or whatever, and it was total, complete chaos. The guy couldn't string two sentences together. So he said, don't make the mistake of underestimating the guy, and the point that he's really taking this serious, which, I mean, it's kind of a joke, Steve, when you think about it. This guy is running the greatest country in the world. And he's got to take off 7 days to prepare for, what is it, an hour and a half debate tonight?
Right.
Is that what it is, 90 minutes?
Exactly.
There's kind of mixed emotions about that it seemed like that Trump had to give up a whole lot more than Biden did. Would you agree? I mean, like with the mics being cut off, and are they actually going to stand, or are they going to let them set now?
My understanding was, yes, they will be standing, and for whatever reason, the flip of the coin gave Biden the choice of which side they wanted to be on. For whatever reason, they selected the left side. So Trump will be on the right, viewing the screen. But that same coin flip gave Trump the opportunity to select who gets the last word, and Trump gets the last say, the closing statement.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe it's obviously, if Trump said, hey, if I don't get everything I want, we're not going to debate, that would make the Democrats go, oh, hey, Trump's afraid to debate us. So, that just goes to show where he's at. But they made some of the talking heads have talked about it. We have two guys, both of them with track records to show. And of course, everybody's like, we had when Trump left office, 1.4% inflation, had the best economy, lowest black, and all the stuff that Trump accomplished over the years. And sit back and think about it, Steve. The first 2 years of his, we had Republicans believing the Russian collusion BS as much as some of the Democrats. Paul Ryan, he was, they talked about that Gina Haspel, that was the CIA that Trump appointed. She was working against him the whole time. So, at any rate, there's a whole lot of stuff to watch out for. But I would just think, if you love this country and you're tired of seeing it run to hell, that the choice is obvious to who you vote for. So, I'll let you go, Steve. I appreciate the time, sir.
Great to hear from you, Monty. Thank you so much. And you do the same. Have a good morning. All right. Oddly enough, out of Colorado, just a matter of days after the truck driver that was illegally in the country here, a week and a half ago, that involved in the accident that killed another driver, they reduced his charges to misdemeanor charges. I think it was Braindead that called a couple of times predicting that would happen. And so it's almost like you think, well, they always just slap you on the wrist. But in this case, like I said, just days after that, a truck driver convicted of killing 5 family members after crashing into their car and stopped traffic has been sentenced to 11 years in prison. Jesus Puebla was sentenced to 11 years in Weld County, Colorado, a wreck that occurred back in June of 22. He was driving a commercial vehicle for Camanates Trucking, hauling the U.S. Postal Service mail, when he smashed into the back of a car stopped in traffic on I-25. An investigation revealed issues with the brakes prior to the crash, but investigators also determined Puebla had been driving recklessly in the moments before the wreck as well. The trucking company, Camionetas, did not have insurance on the truck and actually attempted to purchase insurance less than an hour after the crash. In March of this year, Puebla was convicted of 5 counts of vehicular homicide, 1 for each person killed, 1 count of vehicular assault for a man in another vehicle who was hurt but survived. The Weld County District Judge sentencing Puebla to 2 years for each of the vehicular homicide charges and 1 year for the vehicular assault charge. This was reckless driving in a 20,000-pound truck. You had a responsibility to our community, the judge said. This was never going to be a fender bender. Puebla's attorney said Jesus is a hardworking man just trying to make a living for his family. He's a good person who would never mean to hurt anyone. Yeah, in a brief statement to the court, Puebla did say, "I'm sorry this happened. I never meant to hurt anyone." But in Colorado, yes, he actually got 11 years. Couple minutes before news break here, after which we will get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. One of those stories that makes you go, And that's what the sheriff in Nassau County says. A 20-year-old man from New Jersey apparently actually took a flight to Florida to physically confront and assault his online gaming rival. You've got this whole Xbox Online and all these online games. So you're playing. You could be playing somebody anywhere around the world with the online gaming community. This is a case of an online death match entering the real world. Perplexed by the case, the Nassau County Sheriff said, this is some kind of weird. CBS reports the Edward Kang, a 20-year-old man from New Jersey, was arrested Sunday after authorities say he traveled across the country to attack a fellow player of an online multiplayer game called ArcheAge. This took place in Fernandina Beach, Florida. Shocking local authorities, raising concerns about the escalation of online disputes into real-world violence. It's just a game online, right? Nassau County Sheriff, visibly perplexed by the case, said this is a weird one. Some things make you go, revealing that Kang had meticulously planned his attack, booking a flight from Newark Liberty International to Jacksonville International, reserving a hotel room in Florida. But it all started when he became enraged at the victim during an online gaming session. Under the guise of visiting a friend, he told his mom of his travel plans to head to Florida, checked into a hotel at 2 a.m. Friday, in a chilling move, visited the Ace Hardware the following day to purchase a hammer and a flashlight, which he would use in the attack. All right, news break here. It's just a game. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Storing News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. The U.S. Supreme Court accidentally published its ruling on an abortion case out of the state of Idaho on Wednesday. The opinion, first reported by Bloomberg, was up briefly before being taken down. Tony Waterman has more.
The mistakenly published decision indicates the court will allow abortions and medical emergencies in Idaho, where the procedure is currently banned. The copy shows a 6-3 ruling, with conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch dissenting. The ruling says the plaintiffs in the case didn't have standing, leaving the door open for future litigation over whether hospitals can be required to carry out emergency abortions in states where the procedure is banned.
Meanwhile, the progressive wing of America's Democrat Party has suffered a major blow, with Jamal Bowman losing the race to become the candidate in federal elections later this year. His defeat capped the most expensive House of Representatives primary in history. Here's Benji Haya.
For months, Jamal Bowman's been on the defensive over his incendiary views on Israel, with the pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC pouring millions of dollars into its efforts to oust him. He blames, quote, dark money for his loss to fellow Democrat George Latimer. It marks a setback for the high-profile leftist group of representatives to which he belongs, known as the Squad, which had rallied in his support.
Pakistan's Weather Bureau is warning that the intense heatwave currently gripping the nation's biggest city, Karachi, is set to continue in the coming days. Extreme temperatures have already claimed dozens of lives. Hira Mustafa has more.
The head of Pakistan's largest ambulance service says they have received the bodies of dozens of heatstroke victims in Karachi, and that over 1,500 people are currently receiving treatment at various hospitals. The chief minister of the country's southern province has raised concerns criticizing electric companies for prolonged power cuts in the city during the ongoing heat wave.
And jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich appeared in a Russian court on Wednesday as his hearing formally begins, behind closed doors. He stands accused of alleged espionage during a reporting trip in March 2023. Gershkovich's legal team denies all allegations. The White House called the charges ridiculous and his detention totally illegal. In Moscow, Daria Bundychuk reports.
Evan Gershkovich appeared standing in a glass box in a courtroom in the city of Yekaterinburg on Wednesday. Media members were allowed to film him only for a few minutes, then journalists were requested to leave the courtroom as the trial is being held behind closed doors, a common practice in Russia for hearing espionage cases. Russia's President Putin earlier admitted there had been contact with Washington about a potential prisoner swap.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back to the phones here. And Russell. Morning, Russell. What's happening out there?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, morning. Yeah, I was going to tell you that they on a debate. It's going to be on all NBC, ABC, and CBS and Fox. There, I don't know if you'd heard about that or not.
Well, that's what somebody earlier mentioned. I think Heatwave said that it was going to be simulcast on Fox, and I hadn't actually heard that. And I guess several have now confirmed it. I guess everybody's going to have it.
Yeah, everybody's going to have. I heard about it on the news last night when I was watching the evening national news. So, yeah, it's going to be on all networks, sounds like.
I mean, I would have thought CNN thought they would have something exclusive there, and, well, they won't have the biggest ratings ever after all tonight if everybody else has got it. That's for sure.
No, they won't. Okay, Steve, that's all I want to say, man. You have a good one.
All right. Hey, thanks for listening in there, Russell. Have a great morning. And be safe. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children. Glad to be back on the air with you. Steve, have you been keeping up with everything going on with Alex Jones and InfoWars?
Not paying close attention, but I guess I did see that they've pretty much, they're selling everything he owns, right? They're selling all of his assets. They've pretty much shut him down.
Exactly. And, this is kind of scary. And, whether or not you agree with Alex Jones or you disagree with Alex Jones, the fact of the matter, and it's pretty bad whenever Bill Maher is standing up saying, hey, if you're members of the press, you should take heed, because this could happen to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
What they got him on is 22 minutes, of him talking about Sandy Hook and everything like that. And right now, he's already filed for personal bankruptcy. But, special shout out to our listening friend Shorty Morris for sending this to me, because I listened to it and everything like that Shorty sent to us. And shout out to his son's ministry, Blue Flame Ministry. And I tell you, that's a testimony right there. But anyways, back to what I was saying. So Alex Jones was on Glenn Beck's show talking about how, at first the lawyer said, we don't care about the money. We just want him shut down.
Mm-hmm.
So Alex Jones is like, well, okay, I'll shut down and I'll go work for someone else. There's plenty of people that want to hire me. Now they come back screaming, oh, no. That's not what we said. We want the money also. So he's trying to get litigation to stay open a few more months to make sure that the employees get paid, and he closes his business in a quality manner, and just not scuttle everything and nobody get paid or whatever. But Glenn Beck also brought up something about, how they're getting you. And he's talking about, the Blaze is in litigation now. And he gave an example. He said, we can't even play clips of what's being said on the campaign trail because we're going to be getting sued. He said, I can talk about it. I can tell you and say, quote, Steve Summers said Trump's not going to make it, unquote, or Perry McDaniel said, quote, Biden is going to win the debate, unquote, but I can't play audio tapes of it because I'll get sued. And that's how they're starting to get a lot of shows in trouble. And I just felt that was kind of weird. You may can pull up the story, tell it better than me, but like I said, I remember the first time I've ever heard of Alex Jones. George Norrie on Coast to Coast had him on an awful lot. And, he can get way out there in the twilight zone.
Sure.
But some of his stuff, not all, but some of his stuff could make you think. But like I said, it's all up to you and what your opinion is. But love the show. You've been having some great callers. And I've been listening partially, and my phone's kind of been blowing up too, and I don't want to ignore anybody, so I have to quit listening to you to answer the phone when someone calls or anything like that. But been doing a good job, Steve, and it kind of happened to you after the election. A couple of disgruntled listeners, they went and pissed and moaned, and before you know it, here's Steve being yanked off the air, and two yahoos that basically stole the job from Bill Mack, a good friend of mine, and stole his name, replaced you. It's really getting crazy, and they're finding creative ways to try to silence the conservative voice any way they can.
Yeah.
Anyways, God's children, we appreciate you sticking around, giving Steve a chance. We appreciate all the affiliates out there that carry the Steve Summers, the overnight night drive. I used to have a list, and I don't know what happened to it. I guess I deleted it by accident. And we appreciate everyone, giving Determined Ministries Church a shot. And we'll come on tomorrow to talk more about that. And going to be having a great service. Looking forward to our baptismal service. I will tell you this much. We got some musical guests that will be, coming along for the baptismal service, and we're looking forward to that. We're going to have a great time, God's children. And all you have to do is just show on up, and we'll make sure you get dunked. All right, I know you got other people waiting to get online, so I'm going to shut up now.
Well, I did have one. I did have one thing I wanted to ask you. You being the old WWE follower, did you recognize that name of Too Cold Scorpio or Flash Funk? Does that ring a bell?
Yes. Yeah, oh man, Too Cold Scorpio. I remember watching him on WCW. He had a match with Flying Brian Pillman that was just out of this world tremendous. And he got his name really from WCW and ECW, Extreme Championship Wrestling, and then he was known as Flash Funk in the WWE. What's going on with Too Cold? I hadn't heard nothing.
Oh, he was, the story from CDL Life was, he's 58 years old now, and I guess he's working as a security guard at the Love's Travel Stop in Kansas City, Missouri, and he got into an altercation with a customer the other, I guess over the weekend or something. Somebody lit up a cigarette in the Love's, and he told him he's not allowed to smoke inside. Next thing you know, they're wrestling, and it ended up outside, and he apparently pulled out a knife and stabbed the guy 3 or 4 times.
Too Cold Scorpio stabbed the guy 3 or 4 times?
Yeah.
That's a bad move. That's yeah. This guy should have never done that because he's got a background in martial arts and everything like that. So yeah, I mean, he should have never done that. Yeah, he's gonna be looking at jail time for sure for that. And also, you talk about WWE. Condolences to the Anoa'i family. We lost Sika Anoa'i. That is the father of WWE's current. Well, no, not their current champion is Cody Rhodes, but one of the longest reigning champions in the modern era, the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. And of course, I don't know if you grew up watching wrestling, but Sika had a brother named Alpha. They were known as the Wild Samoans back in the day, managed by Captain Louis Albano. And whenever I was a kid, look, guys, whenever you got a 400-pound black guy coming down the ring, dressed up with paint all over him and eating meat, his name was Kamala, and you got 2 guys with big old afro hair from the island of Samoa eating raw fish. Hey, buddy. They would come to the ring eating raw fish and stuff and speaking their native language. I mean, me being a little old kid living in Miami, Florida at the time, I was a believer, So, you know, but these guys train a lot of wrestlers. Often Sika did. They had a wrestling school, and of course they trained, you know, Joe Anoa'i, known as Roman Reigns, and of course Joseph, known as Rosie. He passed away here not long ago, died of a heart attack. That was his brother. But you know, that Samoan dynasty, that whole family, if you go and look at it, Steve, they're huge. I mean, huge. And you know, Lord, they got a whole nother, you know, they got more guys wrestling in WWE right now. The Tonga Kid, that was Haku's son. And then you got the latest one, and he's got a powerful testimony how he didn't want to wrestle at all. And that is Joseph Fatu. He said, look, all I want to do was be a gangster and a thug. And, man, he said wrestling actually saved my life when I got into the family trade. He straightened himself up and everything. But I could go on and on and on. You know, I don't keep up with it like I used to. I mean, I'm kind of getting old, and where I like more nostalgia than anything. And, you know, when I'm not listening to Steve Summers, The Overnight Drive, I'm listening to I'm listening to podcasts like Grilling JR or Something to Wrestle with Bruce Pritchard, and let them tell stories of, you know, back in the Attitude Era, or back in the Golden Era when Hulk Hogan was at his peak, about how, you know, different storylines played out, and, you know, how bad was Andre the Giant in his health, and, you know, was a $1 million man, Ted DiBiase, was he really wealthy? And so I like going back to you know, to the stuff I grew up with. But now Donovan and Dave, my two boys, they are Cody Rhodes fans. They love Cody. So, and if you don't know who Cody Rhodes is, Steve, that is the son of the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, baby, Dusty Rhodes. So, anyways, that's enough. I done rambled on enough, and I appreciate what you do once again, and I appreciate everybody out there for following us over at Determined Ministries Church. And I will call in tomorrow night, and sorry to hear about Too Cold Scorpio. He did a very stupid thing. Now he's going to be possibly looking at the rest of his life in jail if that guy dies. All right, Steve, y'all take care. God bless you, my man.
Thank you, Brother Rambler. Have a good morning. Yeah, there was no update on the guy's condition. What from CDL Life yesterday? Let's see. So he stabbed him once. He said it was in self-defense. But I guess the guy kept on fighting. He said, I had to stab him a few more times. And I guess police arrived bleeding from the head, the chest, the buttocks, legs, and abdomen, in and out of consciousness while being transported to the hospital. And that was it. They said the stabbed man's condition is not known. And we don't know if it was actually a truck driver or just a regular patron stopping through at the Love's Travel Center there. But yes, Skaggs, or Too Cold Scorpio, has now been charged with 2 felonies. He's out on bond, and I guess supposed to return to court next month. So, yeah, we'll follow. All right, back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, back at it. Let's see what Scarecrow has going on this Thursday morning. Scarecrow.
Well, Thursday, that means a week from this moment. Well, we don't know what's going to be happening a week from this moment yet. I made it known earlier in the week here, Steve, that, I did not know if I was going to be working Thursday night into Friday morning next week there. And if you recall, I also made it known that if Scarecrow has to work Thursday night, so does Mr. Steve Summers.
Uh-oh.
And given that I'm not going to find out until sometime this Friday, probably midday to mid-afternoon, you may want to pay close to your phone text messaging there. I'll let you know sometime Friday afternoon, Steve, whether you are going to be working next Thursday night or not. So, is that enough advance notice there?
Plenty of advance. I appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah. I nothing but the best for my friends and acquaintances there. Yeah. Oh, well, I get this out of the way right away. It came up subject about the debate coming up. And for all the questions that may or may not make sense or have any mileage to be had out of them, it was suggested there could be one particular moment, one phrase, one comment that will be remembered from tomorrow night's debate. And he used the 2016 debate between Hillary and Mr. Clinton, Trump. And I don't recall what the question was, Steve, and I don't recall what Hillary's answer was. It was regarding Trump, and Trump's response is, well, if I'm president, Hillary's going to be in jail. And you remember that now, don't you? That was a phrase that kind of got lost through the years. But
yeah,
that one, soon as I heard that, remember that. And unfortunately, he did not end up behind jail. But there's maybe hope ahead yet. Yeah, there's that chance. Oh, let's see. What else was I? One other thing I was going to lay on you there. That it's passing. Oh, that's right. Steve, I sent you a link to a video yesterday yesterday forenoon or such. The Scott Coletta crash, for all the talk that there's been about John Force this week, I realized I never did see the Coletta crash, so I looked it up. Did you get a chance to watch that at all?
I did get the email, and it's in my file here, but I have not viewed it yet.
Okay. I don't remember who posted it. If anybody else is interested, it'd be easy enough to find. But and it's about a 2-minute long clip. At about 45 seconds into it, they do stills and such, and it's very reminiscent of the Force crash in that Coletta, I think, he took the green light, 300 miles an hour through the traps, and that's where she exploded. Now, he did get the chute out. You'll see a little ways beyond the finish line, he got the chute out, but to me, it did not look like that chute was, operating proper, of course, with the flames on it in such way. But that is that. When you see the stills, Steve, that'd be from the left-hand side of the track going down. The thought of somebody surviving those flames to begin with, and I don't know what kind of barricade they would have at the very end, to provide a positive stop, whether it be concrete or something with a little give. But regardless, when that car hits that, you'll see a even more significant ball of flame and such. That was not pretty at all. No, I would dare say that is even more intense than the Force crash. It's reality. It's what it is. So, and then we're not asking for prayers yet, Steve, but the bride did learn about the lab results from that sample they took from the tumor, and they said it looks benign, but it still has to be removed. And they had told her early on that it may not be operative given the location. So, but there'll be a future road trip out to Mayo and Rochester to get their expert opinions on how to proceed. But for the good news is that it's not cancer and such, so we can take that off the scope of things. But beyond that, looking at the clock here, we'll let it go. You got to do your thing here.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, well, that is the good news. That's one less piece of anxiety that you can toss aside. All right. With that, yes. See you back at the midnight hour tonight, following the big debate. What do you say? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I